We have a potato chips and also garlic bread, tea with tea just with tea with black and without sugar also, and tea with lemon and very just with tea. Yeah, you can get everything. It's welcome. I like to see you always play.
Ma chambre a la forme d'une cage. Le soleil passe son bras par la fenêtre. Les chasseurs à ma porte comme les petits soldats qui veulent me prendre. Je ne veux pas travailler, je ne veux pas déjeuner, je veux seulement oublier et puis je fume. Déjà j'ai connu le parfum de l'amour, un million de roses ne m'aimerait pas autant.
C. Jedna. E. C. Zase. Vrací se mi to od tebe. S tím jste nic neudělali. Jsem dostal. Co? Jedna, dva.
Tick tock, hear the wind lick the window. Ignited, you're invited. Growing, sprouting from the backbone. A dream machine. Mr. Jones, you don't know what you came for. Dream machine. Rattlesnake, a charm on the dance floor. The dance floor, the dance floor. Rattlesnake, a charm on the dance floor. The dance floor, the dance floor. I love da, boom da, boom da. I love the dream machine. Dream machine. We are like those two mirrors steaming in the rain. We are those two lovers holding each other's hands. Dream with me. Dream with me. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. Rattlesnake charm on the dance floor. The dance floor. The dance floor. What you thinking of? What you do and what you think you can do? What you are, what you do? Looking out at rebels on the dance floor.
Get up. Rise up and shine. Give thanks to God who called you Lord in heaven. Rise. Get up and shake. Rattle, rattle, rattle and shake. Rattle, rattle and shake. Make no mistake. Oh my God is great. Make no mistake. And be no fake. Stand up and shake. Shake, 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 shake. Love is the father. Love is the father. Love is the mother. Love is King Alpha. Love is Queen Omega. I wish to be free, like a bird in the tree, dancing in the street with the people I meet. We wish to be free, free from the cops, free from the cops, and free from police. Prince Charles is not free, Tony Blair is not free, Queen Elizabeth is not free. They are hiding something, they're hiding something. I am Lee, and Prince Charles not free.
Vem buscar o que vem de lá. Vem, acorda essa geira. Vai buscar o que fica
Shake,
pra rebolar.
shake, shake, shake.
A gente vai na rua linda. Vem buscar o que vem de já.
Shake, shake, shake.
A gente vai na Carolina. Vem buscar o que vem de já.
Make no mistake. Oh my God is great. Make no mistake. And be no fake. Stand up and shake. Oh my God is great. Make no mistake. And be no fake. I saw the moon
A casa de Maria. A gente quer buscar.
in my tree.
Eu vou te pegar. Existe de Maria.
I saw the queen looking very miserable.
A casa de Maria. A gente quer
I saw the queen
A gente quer querer a casa da Maria.
looking very tired and very pale. I wish to be free. That is great. That is great. That is great. No one God don't subordinate. One God is great. One God is fate. One God is good. One God is good. The other God is late. One God is good. The other God is late. One God is it. One God is it. The other name later. Nah, chop off.
Ce matin, je me suis levé tôt. C'est une chouette journée et je suis heureux parce qu'aujourd'hui, je vais à la pêche.
Dámy a pánové, drazí přátelé,
Ladies and
krásné
gentlemen, good
úterní ráno.
morning.
Vítám vás na druhém dni
Welcome, dear friends, to
Mezinárodní
our second
konference
day
H2
of
Forum.
the International
Jsem
Conference
rád, že jste
H2
tady s
Forum.
námi i dnes.
I'm very
včerejším
happy that
náročným
you joined us
odpolední,
even today
kde
after
zazněla
yesterday's
spousta důležitých témat, na která
demanding
dneska
agenda.
v dnešních panelech a prezentacích navážeme.
We mentioned many interesting
doufám, že jste
topics.
si
I
užili
hope we'll be
také,
able to
večer,
elaborate on
večírek.
them
A
during
že se
our
cítíte
morning's section.
dostatečně
I
fit
hope you enjoyed
na to
last
dneska
night's
se
party as well
zapojit,
and that you
do
are
debat
all
s našimi
fit
speakery.
to
Předtím,
continue
než přejdeme k
the
programu,
interesting
bych
discussions with
rád
our
ještě jednou
speakers.
poděkoval Moravskoslezskému kraji
Before we
za
address
podporu
our
tohoto fóra,
agenda, I would like to
Moravskoslezského
take the
kraje,
opportunity
kdy
to
tato
thank
akce
the
mohla
Moravian
vzniknout.
Silesian region
Zároveň
once
vás
again
chci
for
vybídnout,
organizing this
vysačka má
conference.
QR kód, který když
Then once
naskenujete,
again, I would
tak
like to
můžete
remind
pokládat
you
dotazy
that on
přes
your
aplikaci
badges
Slido.
you have
Mě to
a
vystupuje
QR
tady na
code
iPadu
that will
a
bring you
během
to
debat
Slido
budu
where you
adresovat
can ask
jednotlivým
questions,
řečníkům.
which I will make sure to
Před vchodem určitě,
transfer
jak jste
to
zaznamenali, stojí
our
vodíková
speakers
Patrovka.
and you will get the answers.
Rád bych vás
At the
pozval,
entrance
abyste v
hall,
Coffee Breaku
there
nebo obědové
is
pauze
a
se
demo
na něj
of the
podívat.
new
Myslím, že tam stojí
Tatra
dokonce i nějací
truck.
kolegové,
I hope
kteří
you will
vám,
have enough time
mohou
to
něco zajímavého
examine it
povědět.
during the
V
coffee
neposlední
breaks.
řadě
I'm
bych
sure
vás
there are
rád,
people
pozval
who
do
will be able
relaxonu
to answer your
Moravskoslezského
questions.
kraje a
Then there is
partnerské
a
zóny Moravskoslezského
lounge
uhlíkového
that is
klastru, kde
prepared
probíhá
by the
online
Moravian
přenos této
Silesian
konference.
Hydrogen
To znamená,
Cluster
pokud
and
budete
by the
chtít
region
informovat,
as well.
nechcete si
Everything
jít do
is
místnosti,
broadcasted
ale
and
chcete
projected
vědět, co
on
se
screens there.
odehrává,
So if you don't
můžete
want
si
to
jít
miss
zarelaxovat
anything from
tam.
our program,
Coffee break
you
a
can
oběd probíhá ve
just
foyer
sit there,
nad námi.
relax and
Tam
listen
vás
to
praví čas
our interesting
rád
discussions.
pozvu.
Then coffee break will be
Dost už,
prepared
formalit a
on
procesních
the upper
záležitostí.
floor
Pojďme na věc.
at the
Prvním
right
tématem
side. That's
je
for
představení podoby
the
vodíkové
housekeeping
strategie
announcements. And
Moravskoslezského
now
kraje.
we will discuss
Tato
the
panelová
form
diskuze
of
bude
hydrogen
referenční. Já bych
strategy
rád
of the
nejdřív
Moravian
pozval
Silesian
Daniela
region.
Minaříka z
This
Mocnice
will be
Moravskoslezského
an
kraje pro rozvoj
unconventional
vodíkových
discussion.
technologií
I would like to
a vedoucího
ask Mr.
Moravskoslezského
Daniel Minařík, the
vodíkového
Commissioner
klastru
for
na
Hydrogen
půdu
Technology
Danieli,
and the head of
ahoj.
Moravian Silesian Hydrogen
Dobré ráno.
Cluster, to join me on the stage. Good morning, hello.
Dan bude mít prezentaci, kde koncepci
Daniel
představí a
will
potom
have a
bude
short
následovat debata
presentation
a
where
já
he
tedy
will present
dávám
the
Danovi slovo,
conception and
poprosím
then
o prezentaci.
a discussion will follow. The floor is yours,
Vážení
Daniel.
hosté, vážení příznivci vodíku, vážení hydroholici,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear promoters of hydrogen,
moderní
dear raving fans of modern
přeji vám
energy.
krásné ráno.
Greetings to
Dovolím
all of
si,
you, good
teď
morning
v
and
prvních,
welcome.
okamžicích na vás frontálně
During the
působit,
opening part,
tak,
I
pokud
would
ještě
like to address you
zkusíte
with a few
věnovat a hlavně udržet
hopefully
pozornost,
interesting bits of
s
information.
tématem, které samozřejmě se pojilo teď s činností Moravskoslezského
Our
vodíkového
topic
klastru,
is closely linked
dobu
to the
řekněme
activities of the
4
Moravian Silesian Hydrogen
které
Cluster. We
jsme
have been
v
working
zásadě
on this for 4 or
věnovali
5
tomu, aby
months,
jsme rozpracovali to, co jsme se
and
tady
we
za
tried
minulých
to
5 let
work
řekli,
on
že
things that
chceme
we had
společně
prepared in the
s
previous years.
Moravskoslezským krajem vybudovat
This was
a
mainly about our vision to
postavit
build
vodíkové-
together with the
náš
region
vodíkový region, respektive vodíkové údolí.
a hydrogen
respektive
valley
vodíkové
in this
uvést ho v
area
život,
in
jak
the
na
Moravian
úrovni
Silesian region
národní,
and
tak na
to bring
úrovni
it to
samozřejmě
life
evropské a
on
mezinárodní
the national
spolupráce,
and the
kterou
European
tento
level
určitě
so
vyžaduje.
that we can establish
Já musím poděkovat
cooperation
samozřejmě,
with other actors.
samozřejmě, členům,
I would like to
členům
thank
našeho
all
klastru,
cluster
kteří
members
samozřejmě byli intenzivně
for their
zapojeni do
intense
tvorby strategie,
cooperation
jak na pracovních skupinách, tak
and
na
all the
ostatních,
work they contributed
komunikačních
with to
kanálech,
preparation
které se pojily
of
s
all
tím, aby
this
jsme, když to
on
tak,
all
řeknu,
fronts and
vyfiltrovali,
channels.
jak informacemi, tak i těmi skutečnými potřebami
It
našeho
was
průmyslu,
necessary to
lokálního,
filter
to,
all the
čeho bychom se
information and
nejraději
also
teď, co
local
nejdéle
needs
drželi,
and
to
what
znamená,
requires our focus
vodíkové
the
strategie
most. That
Moravskoslezského
is the
kraje.
hydrogen strategy of the
Za mnou
Moravian
vidíte
Silesian region.
úvodní slide,
Behind me you can
který
see
z něho
my
vidí, v
first
zásadě
slide,
patrno, kdo byli ti
and
významní
you can
stakeholderi
probably
vodíkových
already
klastrů.
see who
Samozřejmě
the main
Moravskoslezský
stakeholders
kraj,
were. So
protože
once again,
celý tento
the
projekt,
region,
který byl Moravskoslezský vodíkový klastr
because
nositelem,
the
tak
cluster
byl
was the
financován
project
z dotace,
bear, but we received funding from the region, for which we would like to thank once again. And we would also like to thank for the opportunity that the cluster was given for the first time to show what it is about and what its members would like to achieve. And thanks to this, we reached our goals that were set for the first year of its existence. Today we will discuss topics that resonated with most of you yesterday. I think that to understand the topic, it requires a lot of knowledge of legislation. And now I would like to provide you with a helicopter view on this to show what the stance of the Moravian Silesian region is. And the primary goal is to be able to communicate with the general public, but also with the expert public. It needs to be clear for everybody what is coming next and also what possibilities of funding are available and how much it will cost. The ongoing theme of my presentation, but also of the entire activities of the cluster, are on the screen, and we put stress on the words that are highlighted. So it says available and safe hydrogen. These are the two main things we will discuss today. Yesterday, all the spectrum of the topics were mentioned here, and mainly today we would like to focus on these aspects. Please keep them in mind, because hydrogen, just like all of us who work with this topic, hydrogen needs to focus on security, safety, and also availability. That's what we must concentrate on. And then the egg or the chicken problem was also mentioned here. I'm very happy that the region decided to fight on this front to implement hydrogen, not just into public transportation, but also into other operational areas for hydrogen, and ideally the green one became something that could be produced and consumed and used in the Moravian Silesian region. Which questions will I try to answer today? Well, I have here 6 questions on the screen. This is what we decided to define within our hydrogen strategy. And once again, I will try to summarize why this initiative was created. I will focus on our possibilities to develop the technology in the region. I will also discuss our strategy and what we have achieved, how we would like to frame all these complicated and interlinked topics so that they are easier to grasp. And I know this will be a daunting task. This is a spoiler alert, but I will also try to explain the vision of our cluster, where we would like to see ourselves in 2030, and also which goals we will try to follow together. These goals will be explained in more detail. We will tell you what and how we would like to achieve, and we would like to prepare something that could actually be used. And the Moravian Silesian region created the cluster to focus on one strategy. But we must say that if it was the same approach for all different strategies, there would have been too many organizations. But our cluster has an impact on many other areas. For instance, zoning decisions and the energy conception of the region and many others. phosphorus. So we can retrieve hydrogen in these areas as well, and the region will need to focus on the ongoing discussions and updates of these strategies to participate and also to bring hydrogen-related topics to the table. When I think about the topic of hydrogen and of development of hydrogen valleys, at the Moravian Silesian cluster, we see this clearly. It is mainly about bringing and initiating all the necessary changes involving all the stakeholders and also making sure that the necessity for energy that is based on most of the opinions we heard become a political necessity. I think that in the Moravian Silesian region it has been the case, and we are very happy that the cooperation with the key ministries lets us move this forward to continue on the national political level.
So this is how I see the problem, the topic, because I think the main problem is not the communication barrier or the technology itself. This is something we can solve. But as I say on the slide, this is just mere engineering. We have enough stakeholders who can deliver the technologies, the respective applications, but it is also a question of education, because that is also associated with the topic of hydrogen. So what is the main motivation we have here? We base the majority of our thoughts on that, and I think this is also what we are talking about nowadays. I very much like to use a quote, and I would like to say it now. It's a quote by George Clooney. I'm sure you know the commercial. It is a commercial for Nespresso products. And when we talk about hydrogen, I think it is also applicable here. It was introduced in 2006, and I think it is very important to say that I have been active in this area for 17 years already. And in 2006, where the commercial with George Clooney was introduced, I started my doctoral studies. So this is actually my first proper work experience when I started to learn about hydrogen and all that is connected with it. We already talked a lot about different colors of hydrogen. We said that this is not something we would like to emphasize, and that the different types and colors of hydrogen should not be a priority for the Czech Republic. But let's see some numbers, let's see some tangible facts we have at hand. We are talking mainly about three different terms, which we sometimes, I do not want to say mix together, but what we hear as the cluster from our stakeholder is that there could be potentially some mix-up in this area. Very often we talk about regulation. So when we see what the delegated act says today about green hydrogen, for example, so 3.4 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen for the green hydrogen bit, we actually get similar numbers applicable in this area as well. But what we need to deal with as businesses is also the applications, as we said. And if we take a look at taxonomy, we can see that the values we get are even lower. So when we take a look at this from the business point of view, we can see that the delegated act itself is not the problem, but the problem is actually the taxonomy and what the conditions are.
podstatě možná je to ještě důležitější než nějaká konkrétní
I
regulace.
think this is even more important than the regulation itself. We need to contact the banks and we need to make them aware of the fact that there are other things that need to be financed.
Vodík z mého pohledu, tady si to já dovolím říct, ale
So hydrogen from my point of view. I hope this will become the majority view in some time and that our regional hydrogen strategy will contribute to this. I hope that everyone will learn that hydrogen is a safe medium, safe element, not only because of its characteristics, but of course also because of the risk management that we are able to do. The topic of safety is of utmost importance for us, and that applies not only in the area of technology, but also about the concept itself, so how we talk about hydrogen, how we perceive hydrogen. We don't want people in the Czech Republic or in Europe to mistrust hydrogen economics, hydrogen technology, and the individual applications people can really see around themselves. Now I would like to talk a bit about our perspective, and again I think that the emphasis here is on safety. For us the main thing are two important terms, and when we are talking about safety we are talking mainly about technology. Safety and security are something that is also very important when creating and building Hydrogen Valley. Hydrogen as a medium is something that the Moravian Silesian region knows to be extremely important for business and transport applications, but it is also an element which provides independence on different source providers and also safety as such. So what is the region's response to this? We heavily supported R&D. Yesterday, some of you were present at the official opening of our new Research and Development Center, which also uses hydrogen in many different technological fields. And the goal of the region is to accelerate and develop hydrogen technologies even further. Of course, there are many different types of aspects, of areas that we need to consider when we are thinking about creating a new hydrogen strategy. This is how we structured not only our thinking about the topic, but also the individual working groups, so that we are able to distinguish between different approaches. Because some people perceive hydrogen from the social point of view. Many people do not think about technology itself, but they think more about working places, they think about the added value for the population, for the people and for their quality of life. I think this is extremely important for the Moravian Silesian region. But there are also environmental aspects, so how we actually use hydrogen and how we influence the environment around us, the question of clean transport. And very often this is forgotten about very often when we create new technologies and when we think about hydrogen as such. We do not place such a huge emphasis on the fact that it would be very low when we are talking about emissions. Another thing that is extremely important is the needs of the future economical European market, but also with the commitments of the Czech Republic towards the European community. So we are not talking about technology only, for example, in the Moravian Silesian region, in Ústí region, where we are talking about specific ways to decarbonize, but I hope we will soon be able to show the others how we can decarbonize the whole of the Czech Republic. When we take a look at the past of Ostrava and the Moravian Silesian region, we can actually say that the hydrogen has been a part of our life here. I don't want to go as far back as the picture shows, but what I want to say here is that we are actually building something that is based on a very rich past. Similarly as the Rothschild family, who have been building their fortune for decades and decades, we are doing the very same thing in the Czech Republic. When you want to build railways, you need the basis raw materials like steel, like coal, and then finally you can offer the finalized products to somebody. So this picture actually represents the history of Ostrava and of the Moravian Silesian region, and which should show us how difficult is it to build something so big and robust like the hydrogen economy, or what it will be in a few years' time. So here we want to say that the individual applications actually come together and create further reaching conditions for hydrogen and for its possible profitability. Hydrogen is the most important medium for us in the Moravian Silesian region. It should help us decarbonize the industry and also the traffic and transport. This is very important to say. It should be something that is added up to electrifying, and that's what we said yesterday as well. We are talking either about decarbonizing through electrification or through hydrogen. It is still electrification, and it is similar to the fact that the hydrogen-powered car is still an electric car. So it is something that comes very well together. And hydrogen brings not only new thoughts, but also new motivational input. We actually identified 4 topics which were important for our strategy, as I said, and it is also important for how we communicate the strategy to the wider public. We are talking about emission-free hydrogen mobility and logistics. Things that need to be taken into account when creating the strategy are the investment costs, of course, into hydrogen-powered vehicles, but as I said, we have the important and needed tools in this regard. So it is quite clear that the industry will have a huge demand for hydrogen-powered technologies. It will be needed to make sure that there is also some point of information where the individual entities can turn to and ask questions about hydrogen. That is also important for developing our hydrogen valley. Another point is the science, research and development. Here I would like to again mention some activities, and I know that yesterday already we've mentioned the situation in Poland, where many important projects and initiatives are being created. And it is quite clear that you have to educate your workforce and you have to have enough people who can get straight into the implementation of projects. So here it is a question of capacity and of respective training. And when everything runs smoothly, when we have good bilateral relations and when everything is well on the way, you are actually able to tell your stakeholders that you won't do it bilaterally anymore, but that you will enter the market and you will try to make all this as profitable as possible. So here you can actually see how we created our hydrogen strategy. As you can see, we started with the strategy in June 2023. It was quite a busy summer for us, and we worked on the strategy quite enthusiastically. I would like to thank the stakeholders once again that they devoted their summer to work on this hydrogen strategy and that they were able to communicate and share their know-how. And now we are trying to reach our goals, ideally by December 2023, as you can see, so that in 2024 we are well able to use it to make respective application to use the hydrogen strategy and to cooperate also with the National Fund of Environment, so that in 2024 we will be able to take specific steps. Here you can see some photos from our summer working groups. You can see that people wear short sleeves, so you can see it was hot back then, and these are memories which are here to stay and which will always reflect how we communicated the strategy and how we worked on it in this smaller group of people, of experts. Once again, let's summarize the points, the key points the working groups were working on. So the Moravian-Silesian region should be a good base for all these projects because of its rich industrial history. We are talking about the second transformation in its history. And as I said in the beginning, carbon will become more and more expensive. So our main ambition is for the Moravian-Silesian region to be perceived as a well-working hydrogen valley, as a region which is opened to all the opportunities which hydrogen brings along. To support interest in hydrogen, we would really like to achieve this vision that I introduced, and it was, of course, very important when we created the Moravian-Silesian Hydrogen Cluster.
And yesterday you witnessed something else that was of great interest for us. That was when the cluster and the region also could initiate the hydrogen mobility, but I forgot to mention another thing, a joint initiative of the post-coal regions together with the Ministry of the Environment, who participated on this idea about the hydrogen valleys, and the outcome of this activity was the signature of the memorandum. Where are we now, technology-wise? What projects can be mentioned here today? Which projects are in the pipeline or undergoing already? You have heard about most of the things. There are specific projects that are linked to the brand of Veolia. And we talk about the production of hydrogen for local needs, for the city of Krnov, where it's supposed to be used for trains. But then there's another area around the city of Frýdek-Místek that is supposed to cover the needs for hydrogen consumption in this area, because we will be launching hydrogen shortly. There's also the city of Ostrava, obviously. And this city is also a pioneer of hydrogen technologies for different reasons, for the steps the city takes or plans, but also for things that our colleagues from Integrated Territorial Investment Department prepared for the metropolitan area of Ostrava. If I put this in simple terms, this covers the entire area around the city of Ostrava, where hydrogen could also be beneficial. We have mentioned CEET and the R&D activities, and also the investments it required. And now we are in this building. You can see the first demonstration of a filling station, the most recent technology that is available outside. Please take the time to take a look. And Then we also, I must not forget, electrified one of the first sections of railway in this region. We have everything for hydrogen to be used and to be competitive with electrified railways. And here I'm talking about the simple electrification. Here I will be very brief. I will describe again the main sectors we are aiming at: mobility, industry, energy, and also R&D. For all these areas to create and to benefit of hydrogen, that's our goal. For this we will need different tools. As for the mobility, we will put the focus on the railway transportation for both the public transportation and transportation from one city to another. I think this will be the main focus of the future activities of the region, but also of all the stakeholders that are involved in the activity of our cluster. And it can also be used for various municipal services, be it waste collection or maintenance of municipal greenery. In terms of industry, we talk about decarbonization. So here we need hydrogen as a raw material. That's the first option. Or we need to use hydrogen to have a greener production. As for energy, one of the main goals of the region will be to create a pilot project for the use of hydrogen for the services of the grid. We call this systematic grid services. This is also linked to the question of security, because once you have a great quantity of hydrogen, you can do different things, and you can also start to imagine what can be done if there is an outage. You need to have available quantities of hydrogen that you can use when it is needed. And with this hydrogen being used, the consumption can rise. And this can also mean that seasonal hydrogen deposits will be needed, but I think this will come later on after our first milestone. I will discuss the timeline in a bit. This is the global timeline where we are going, so we need to discuss our milestones. The question we needed to ask ourselves when we started to draft the strategy was about the restrictions of national legislation and different policies. You can see that the European plan is quite swift. When we needed to summarize certain things, we also needed to address different discussions and different pieces of information and where they come from. Be it the National Hydrogen Strategy, which we are very happy we can participate on, and we also welcome the fact that we can see what is being prepared, but it is not binding at the time being. It is work in progress, and so is the climate and energy strategic plan. Then there is the national conception for energy and also the environment protection policy. From this point of view, these two documents are slightly outdated for us because when they were prepared, hydrogen was not a big topic, so it's difficult for us to fit into these boxes. For this reason, it was necessary to take a look inside to check what we know about the region and what individual strategies of all the stakeholders are. To summarize the uncertain things, they are not many. It was described by Mr. Onucka yesterday as the Great Depression that starts right now. But let's take a look at our roadmap so we know where we are going. there are gaps. I think we can call these gaps or limits, be it for national or European legislation. Some of them are clearly identified and described. We keep an eye on this and we try to suggest specific answers to deal with all these topics. Sometimes this can mean spread it over a longer period of time so that we can reach our goals. We also need to discuss things that are missing, for instance, manuals on how to create a hydrogen valley. Together with the regions of Ústí nad Labem and Karlovy Vary, we had to take this swim or drown approach. But I think it will be necessary to share the good practice with other partner regions that will work their way through to hydrogen. Then costs. I think this needs no further discussion. This is business as usual. We know how to solve this, and there are ways to go for us. They were mentioned here yesterday. Maybe subsidies are not the best way to go because this is very much investment and capex based. It would make more sense to focus on OPEX, maybe. And we also discuss other topics related to standardization. All these platforms, also the hydrogen platform, will participate in these discussions, and the fruit of our labor will be the new policies describing the funding methods. I think that once the government starts to deploy the finances, they will need to see that the money is being invested in line with the application and with the use of the things in which they invest. And then there are some myths that we need to debunk. I don't think that there are many regarding hydrogen, but I think a certain we need to reconcile with other colleagues who are unfair, I would say, because they don't see hydrogen the same way we do, because for us, the people within, hydrogen is not only about mobility, because there are other sectors where it can be used. And I also need to say that nobody expects hydrogen cars to come anytime soon, so don't worry, fuel cells will be here. They are here to stay, and hopefully the technology will also be adopted by other sectors.
Myslím si, že samozřejmě budete se zabývat, když pak nahlédnete do finalizovaných verzí naší strategie, tak
when you have a look at the final version of the strategy, you may ask the question of whether or not we would like to underline some specific areas. So these are those that we identified together from the supplier's point of view. There can be number one, the hardware that is predefining the specificities of what will be done in this region. Things we would like to keep in mind, but this is not about putting them forward. There are technologies that other regions don't dispose of. These can be technologies related to gas, for example, that could be nicely used for hydrogen production or other hydrogen-related technologies. But there are other things that don't fit into these colorful boxes, and these are things related to methane or to rehabilitation of former coal mines. So there is still quite a lot of room for improvement in terms of use of these technologies. It would be a shame not to use them, because even energies that are not green right now have the potential to become green a little bit later. The region would like to focus on the production of green hydrogen, obviously, but there is no resource in the city of Ostrava or in the region, for that matter, that would be superfluous. That means we don't have anything to spare. For this reason, we need to support electrolysis or other means of hydrogen production, facilitating the electrolysis. And here we will need the support of colleagues from Veolia. Then what has been important for the region is importation, and here it is less optimistic than what is stated in the national strategy, because that focuses on a blend or on clean hydrogen. However, the region doesn't have this opportunity because the corridor or the pipeline is not robust enough, and it is very unlikely that before 2031-32 we could have all these capacities from the main line. That means the capacity to bring it to Ostrava from the main line. Possibly a pipeline from Poland could be an option, or even there, this is still a project that needs development.
3 important points. Let's try to put this all into the practice so that we can see what is the actual structure of our hydrogen strategy. What are the key points? We did not really apply technological perspective when creating the strategy, so we are actually looking at the individual areas that we need to develop, and subsequently we put individual technological applications to them. So what are the 3 main topics? First one, availability of hydrogen. Here I'm talking about how to generate hydrogen or how to import it. We are talking about infrastructure. We are thinking about the internal infrastructure, meaning the infrastructure that will allow us to operate our regional bus or train transportation, which means that the hydrogen should stay in the area of the region. And then we are also talking about the interregional assistance and also about the import of hydrogen from whatever source it may be. Of course, the conditions of the whole of the Czech Republic should be considered here. And we should also talk about the individual hydrogen applications, but here we are trying to emphasize not buses, vehicles, train purchases, but we are talking about some readiness in the Moravian Silesian region for the hydrogen technologies. We need to make sure that our stakeholders and that our industrial entities will be able to apply these hydrogen technologies. The Moravian Silesian region will try its best to dominate as big part of the market as possible, focusing not only on our region, on the Czech Republic, but also on the Central Europe or Central Eastern Europe as a whole. So this is our vision. What is the framework we are working in? Here we are talking also about the security. That's what I've already mentioned. Hydrogen for us is a medium on one hand, but it is also a managed risk in the area of resilience. All this is an argument not only for hydrogen technology, but also for scaling. So we need to think big, because if we have only small hydrogen applications, they won't be profitable. So we have some areas areas within our hydrogen strategy which will never be pilot projects, because from our point of view, some pilot projects do not really make sense because we need to operate all these applications on a bigger scale so that they are financially profitable, even when we consider subsidies. Of course, we need to work within the legal requirements which are set, and here we are also considering the fact that all these three areas need to be funded properly. Here you can see what types of individual steps, of individual actions we will take. There are 7 categories that we would like to apply. And this is something that is also reflected in the actual implementation that there will be. We are, of course, talking about investment that needs to be done. This is the main thing. But it is also a question of proper policies and politics and regulatory tools. Here, the main entity should be the Moravian Silesian region, which be the basis. I don't want to say for a know-how, because that's what we have the Ostrava Technological University for, but we should be somebody who will be closely associated with hydrogen. And I see Vladimir Dinda in the audience, who has a vast expertise with this, and he says that with hydrogen you have to get everything right at first attempt, and I think this is what we should bear in mind. Another important part is to building up capacities. Here we are talking about workforce, but also about something we mentioned yesterday. How many people in the ministries are actually working on the individual hydrogen-related legislation? Thanks to OPST program, we are trying to make the Moravian Silesian Hydrogen Cluster one of these bodies which will rigorously work on capacity building. Then we, of course, need to have enough data about what we are doing and to manage the data properly. That's important for achieving the regions and stakeholders' goals. And I can see that I'm running slightly longer. The organizers are getting nervous, but please give me a few more minutes to present what I need. This is the first time I am presenting this topic, so this is a premiere of a sort for me, so please bear with me. One of the main tools that the strategy uses is typology projects or type projects. The strategy defines 3 different technical types of projects and 2 type projects. Here, this is important for understanding what scale do we have in mind. And an important type project is the connection of RES and electrolyzer for the purposes of transport or, for example, for strategic accumulation. These projects are type projects for hydrogen, so as I said, this concerns the transmission of hydrogen to places which are not the final distribution places, but which should move the hydrogen along the distribution chain. And it is also a question of support of capacities of the individual stakeholders who are trying to integrate the hydrogen technology into their products. I've mentioned we defined different scales multiple times. We are using the term of hydrogen node and hydrogen hub. Hydrogen node is a term we are using now. There is some discussion going on about if we are going to keep using this term or not, but I quite like it. And this is a term which should cover regional transport. And it views hydrogen mainly as a fuel. A hydrogen pole is a cluster of more sites for us, which are not only transport focused, but they are also closely associated to industry, and they view hydrogen mainly as a raw material. Now let's take a look at the timeline, where we are at. This is something we touched on yesterday together with Petr Medvard here on stage. There was a discussion about this, and we said that time represents a huge challenge which can be managed. For us, short-term actions are coming to an end by 2027. So we've discussed the Delegated Act. It is still developing. There should be different conditions. There should be also more strict rules as to the application of the Delegated Act quite soon. So for us, the short-term vision ends with the year of 2027. And then we have mid-term events which are up to 2030. As it was said yesterday, everything that comes after, that means after the year of 2030, is something we can't really predict very well. It is pretty much a blank space for us because we can't predict how the energy sector will develop and how the hydrogen technology themselves will develop. And here the national strategy comes into the discussion again, because, as I said, it is quite hard to fit into the individual boxes, because all that these strategies talking about are the short-term events, that means till 2027. But once you want to plan something for the next year, it is for me much more reliable and much more tangible than a plan you will set for the next 7 years, for example. Very well, okay. As it was said, there is a bit of a delay, so let me just jump straight to the very last slide of my presentation, because there are some numbers I would like to present. When it comes to the question of transport and mobility, I think nobody will be surprised when I say that the strategy wants to help achieving the goals within the area of transport, and that is 300 operational hydrogen-powered buses in the region. This is closely related to funding of the hydrogen-powered vehicles. I think those are not astronomically high numbers. And, of course, we are also talking about hydrogen in railway transport between Moravian, Silesian and Olmütz region, and also on 3 local lines. When it comes to industry, the second area, we are talking mainly about planning stage, because we won't get into the praxis really in the short term we have at hand. We are talking about the hydrogen poles. For us, this is Třinec region or the city of Kopřivnice, where one of our important stakeholders is headquartered. And I think that the hydrogen could be applied also in this industrial area, as mentioned. Energy. We would like to have at least one hydrogen application which would be available for system services, when not in the transmission grid, then at least distribution grid. So what are our long-term goals? Here we are talking about the vision, but for us, as I said, it ends with the year 2034, roughly. So where would we like to get to? We are talking about 400 hydrogen-powered buses and vehicles. We would like to have more than 50 projects based on hydrogen. Nowadays, we identified 60 projects which are within the absorption capacity of our region. We would like to have at least 210 megawatts created by hydrogen for or created by the RES for the generation of green hydrogen. We would like to have 35 plus megawatts of the electrolyzer capacity. And all this should be covered by the fund of 30 billion Czech crowns, as I said. So what we will need hydrogen fuel for the hydrogen-powered buses. We will need a node which will help us to provide all these services we were discussing and which will also contribute to overall security of hydrogen. And what we are missing is the price estimate. So we would like to have a proper evaluation of how much this all will cost. We would like to align with the price that was set by the hydrogen strategy, but before we sign it, we definitely need to have a tender. We need to have projects for the upcoming 10 years, but so far we can't really calculate how much this all will cost, sadly. Here I will try to wrap up, but I think we will come back to all this in the discussion round and also later when we will roll out with our hydrogen strategy. As I said, it should be approved by the end of the year, so after that we will actually get into work and we will present our strategy in all our regular events and we will talk about the individual items in more details. Thank you for your attention.
Děkujeme, Dane, klidně se tady s náma posaď. A já bych...
Thank you very much. Please take a seat and we can proceed with the discussion. I will also invite our other speakers to the stage. Gabriela Nekulová will join us. She is the chairwoman of the Economic and Social Council of the Ústí region.
Ahoj, prosím.
Please take a seat. And also Ondřej Ptáček, the director of PricewaterhouseCoopers Czech Republic.
Dobrý den. Prosím, zaujměte tady pozici. Já si dneska sednu z druhé strany, abych ten krk otáčel dneska napravo.
Greetings and welcome. I will take my seat as well. And before I ask my first questions, I would like to thank Daniel for this great introduction and presentation of the concept. But before I ask him the first question, I will jump over to the Ústí region to ask Gabriela about their experience. So, what do you think now about what your colleagues do here, and can you compare it with your experience? I would like to first congratulate my colleagues from the Moravian Silesian region for what they have achieved. I really will keep my fingers crossed for you so that everything goes well. I think that the strategy is that we did sometimes with our eyes closed, because when there are no plans available on the national level and when there are huge gaps in legislation, be it the national or the European one, it is really complicated. And one needs to be a visionary. But who else needs to set the way? Who other than the coal regions? So it really requires some courage, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the regions involved, but it is exactly our regions who will be impacted by decarbonization the most. So for this reason, I'm very happy that we have been successful. And now finally moving on to our experience in Ústí. Our strategy has been available for a year and a half. Our platform was founded in 2018. So we heard here yesterday and today already that it is the moment to start being depressed, but I don't see this as a reason to be depressed. I think that we need to seize the opportunity and we should be impatient, I think. That is the right word, because there are many different applications of hydrogen. Some of them don't make sense. Production in Czechia is limited due to climate and natural related reasons, and this is a fact. So we must prepare for this. Like I said, we are impatient. Our strategy in the Ústí region was created when we needed it the most. And now I would like to share a memory with you. In 2017, we prepared a call for proposals for hydrogen mobility. And the outcome was that we received subsidies for filling stations. And this region received subsidy for the buses. And I know that we share a lot, but it is impossible for our filling stations to fill your buses here. So that was the moment when we realized that if we don't explain clearly to the government that there are possibilities for improvement and development, there is no way for us to progress. We have been around in our region for quite some time already. We do have projects. I don't want to say they are typical, but we have been working on them because the business will not stop and wait for us until we finish our discussions and negotiations. That is not the case. So now we are at a stage where we say, okay, what's next? Where can we find financial support? I'm very happy for what Karel Tichý said yesterday. I'm very happy that with the Ministry of the Environment we manage to make things move forward, and we are ready to work together with this ministry on new calls for proposals so that we can secure the sufficient funding from the EU funds. I think that's quite it for the first question. I'm happy to answer the other questions you may have. My next question is for Ondřej Ptáček. You also cooperate on what's been described here. Some of the things were mentioned yesterday already. What's your experience so far? I'd like to thank Daniel and the Moravian-Silesian region for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here to speak about my journey that started in July. Thank you to all cluster members once again, and to everyone who participated on the strategy preparation. Gabriela said that the involvement of all stakeholders was paramount, and in our region there are many actors, be it municipalities or other authorities or the businesses, who really want to create these hydrogen valleys. These actors bring specific projects to the table and they want to work together. Hydrogen technologies are still rather new, and before we manage to scale them up, we need to find somebody who will grasp the strategic development in the region. This can be the city or the region or the government, the national government. And I think that the Czech Republic has seized the opportunity, and that the biggest added value of our cluster is that it really brings the people who are willing to work together. And it has been quite successful. It's a great example of how all participants can work on specific projects. And then after 2030, we should be able to scale these things up. But before we get there, technologies, like Teresa said yesterday, need to be tested and finalized. Then there is a lot of room for R&D, so great opportunities for regions, for development of especially the Moravian-Silesian region. Daniel, during your presentation, one might get the impression that the strategies that are being created are maybe not complementary one to another. Maybe they may seem contradictory even. So, what do you think? What do you think about this discussion about fuel cells and hydrogen? Are these technologies complementary, or should the proponents of fuel cells be criticized? What's your opinion on this? I think this is more the strategic point of view, and this is rather a personal side note, or just my impression. Because if you have a look at the way in which these approaches are presented, I would say that hydrogen could be a systemic solution, while electrification, and especially the segments I mentioned, car, transportation, is too specific. And usually here we see one of the characteristics of hydrogen, that it's not cheap, and it is a little bit complicated technology-wise. And here we see that it's a systemic solution that impacts not just transport. So if we talk about decarbonization through or by the means of electrification, using the aerial lines, here the pitfall is our ability or inability to use these technologies. So if there is one thing that I can perceive from our stakeholders is that hydrogen allows one thing, and that is that importation relations can be set on the business-to-business level without being required to take care of the infrastructure. And here this is the government's role, and that is a little bit lacking behind. And here it's not 10 years, it's several decades. So this could be actually something that's slowing the industry down, because it cannot cover its needs and it cannot project its cash flow properly. That's why hydrogen is so attractive nowadays. Hydrogen is a systemic solution, systemic replacement for industry mainly, and I think that transport is just one of the many areas where it initiated. It's only an incubator that will then provoke a stronger wave. It will be a tsunami, if I may say. And our goal is to prepare the society for the advent of hydrogen. Then all the initiatives will grow bigger among even the people who hold the money that can be used for investments, because this is not in the regional government's hand. Our citizens need to get a better understanding of this and also of the technology at large. In the Ústí region, I don't think this is a clash, because these technologies need to complement one another. They need to coexist. If you take into consideration the morphology of Ústí nad Labem, it is rather hilly, so on some lines we cannot avoid electricity. It's just impossible. So if we want to reduce the carbon footprint, we need to combine these two options. The potential of hydrogen in the Ústí region is really huge, and we now need to move towards specific strategies to create ground for all these strategies and projects to be properly initiated. Question for Ondřej. We've been talking hydrogen hubs and valleys that could be created in Czechia. The Karlovy Vary region is about to do something of a sort. If the regions are willing to prepare the structure and the institutional background, what would be your recommendations to keep an eye on? So uniting the stakeholders would be the first issue, because this is a mandatory step. If I circle back to the previous question, I think hydrogen versus electricity is not the question, because if we want to take decarbonization seriously, without new technologies we cannot do this. And some of these technologies can be hydrogen-based, others can be based on other things. So electricity indeed is something that has its distribution grid. There are different resources that can be used for its production, and it is not so complicated. It's mainly about the proper management and resources, but we always need to assess production and consumption ratio in order to supply sufficient volumes of energy. But as for the e-mobility, the batteries and fuel cells, this is too complicated. The supply chain is very complex. Hydrogen is another problem. It is a very light gas that can carry a significant amount of energy and has various uses and applications. Industry has been mentioned many times. Heating, energy storage. If we want to reduce carbon footprints of the various regions or of the Czech Republic in general, without hydrogen it will not be possible. So what we need to prepare are demos, investments to R&D, in order to show that the entire chain related to hydrogen is functional and implementable on the regional level. This will be our great task by 2030. I think the Moravian Silesian region has been doing great in this area, and then maybe after 2030 the technologies can be scaled up and hydrogen may become regular in the energetic mix. So then what needs our attention in terms of implementation? So here I would say we need to focus on milestones, on the managerial structure. You need supervisory bodies, you need finance and funding, because the technologies are very complicated, and we are at the demo stage now.
Live hacks.
Dan, please provide some life hacks on how to put all the stakeholders together and how to move the whole process onward to the creation of an actual strategy. Is it something which is highly individualized? Does each working group need their own Mr. Unucka, or how do you think this could be done? I think there will definitely be regions which can start bottom up. I would definitely not exclude this option. On the other hand, the Moravian Silesian region is very lucky in that sense that we can actually use both approaches to reach the goal of being perceived as a hydrogen valley. So there is a great support from the region, but there is also a great enthusiasm on the side of the industry stakeholders, which was great because, for example, the hydrogen cluster is an example of good practice for us. Maybe one day we will be able to present this in some other country where they will be at the beginning of their hydrogen journey, and we will be able to tell them that not only political support is needed, but it's also important that they come together. And I think this works very nicely in all three regions that are focusing on hydrogen in the Czech Republic, because the stakeholders have a good knowledge base and they can think about the hydrogen in a proper way. The process of the creation of Hydrogen Valley in the Moravian-Silesian region is something that started already in 2018. So you can see there are no instant rapid solutions. So you actually need to inform and train all people that are involved. Of course, it starts with these stakeholders. They can come together in the form of a cluster, as we did here, and with that you get a platform which can help you, at least in this initial phase, to get everybody together and discuss everything that is needed. I think it would be a shame to create obstacles at the beginning by unnecessary competition. So this is something we are actually trying to avoid by creating the cluster, because once the Hydrogen Valley is created and once we have a properly functioning market with tons of hydrogen circulating throughout the region, then a hydrogen cluster can actually become a hydrogen association, so that we can discuss and evaluate how things are working. Up to that moment, we are a professional organization which has certain goals, for example, how to support this process and what to do. For example, we could also solve some difficult situation and how the cluster could actually help out the region. For example, if there was a problem with regional transport, then we could actually jump in as the cluster and provide assistance. But also, if we take a look at some conditions of the subsidies programs that are available, we need to say that this is rather problematic. Maybe here I'm getting into too much detail and I'm digressing a bit, but that's what I want to say, to come together as a cluster. Gabina, what's your opinion? I think that the political support is immensely important. And here I would like to call out to political bravery and political courage on the regional level as well, because of course the support of hydrogen project is a risk investment, but as we said yesterday, we are at a crossroads and we need to start these initial projects as soon as possible, because after all they will create a snowball effect which will attract more and more development and will develop the hydrogen economy even further. Tereza Nislerová from our region, from Unipetrol, mentioned one example yesterday. She was talking about the problems with IPCEI. Yes, back then Unipetrol had a huge project which could be supported. It was a project on a complex of facility and a grid for production and distribution of hydrogen, but they weren't able to find enough financial support within the Czech Republic. So the outcome that we have is that Unipetrol will apply for funding throughout different programs, and in the end they will be able to create these projects. It will be a lengthy process and it will be very difficult, and it is maybe a consequence of the fact that we weren't able to find enough courage when it comes to hydrogen projects. If they were able to say in the very beginning that yes, this project deserves support, this would be a huge impetus for everybody else, because they would know this is something that can be done, and the snowball effect that was mentioned would have been created even back then. So I think it is important not only on the regional level, but also on the national one, that we really need to start creating and developing these hubs in the individual regions. And we should not focus only on the thought that we have to wait until we have enough cheap hydrogen that will be imported, and only then we can start implementing and making real-life projects. I think these two things need to go hand in hand, meaning the creation of local islands and the creation of global bridges. This needs to take place at the same time. Thank you very much. I have some questions prepared. We have some time still, so I think primarily these questions are for Jan, pretty much, based on the presentation. What are the plans for securing enough capacity of hydrogen for the industry in the Moravian Silesian regions, and do you have KPIs set for this? Okay, industry area. We are talking mainly about the two main hydrogen poles. You all may be able to guess that the main activity here in our regional industry area will be metallurgical industry. This is an area we are mainly focusing on, and it is something that also the new management of Třinecké železárny company is focusing on. We are trying to make sure that these volumes are met. When I should talk about specific KPIs, I very much like to generalize this with saying what is the overall capacity of production of steel in the Moravian Silesian region. Also, it is very much discussed how the steelworks in Ostrava are working and for how much time they will, but that is something different. We are talking about 4 to 5 million tons of steel per year. It can fluctuate, but this is a number we can use as a prerequisite for further calculations. And if we should maintain this production capacity in the region, or at least 50% of it, we would need 500 tons of hydrogen per day. If you try to do basic math pretty quickly, you can easily calculate how many tons of hydrogen would it be per year per one metallurgic site. So if this site should want to be fully competitive on the European level, they would need to produce green steel. That means that would need to be carbon offsets present, and they would need to completely offset and make green everything that is happening in the ironworks. So with iron production, we would think about this volume of tons of hydrogen, and it is quite clear that we are not able to generate that much hydrogen here in the region, given the capacities of RES. Yes, we can create some hydrogen, but we need to create conditions where it would be legal to do so, because the conditions on the market and the market as such is still developing. So far, for us, it is illegal to import that much RES energy so that we would be able to produce this much hydrogen. So here we are not talking about production KPIs, but rather manufacturing KPIs. Luckily, hydrogen technologies and hydrogen don't have to be only in the form of gas. We can talk about methanol, we can talk about ammonia. I know we would prefer if it was ethanol economy, but we are talking about methanol really here. So putting liquefied hydrogen to a side, there are some solutions that could be applied in the industry. But another question is, with what state we should create this strategic partnership so that we would be able to get that much hydrogen into the country. We are talking with our friends from Germany. There is a gas-focused cooperation going on. We are also discussing a possible cooperation with Poland or maybe with the Netherlands, because we have representations from the Dutch embassy as well. A question about green hydrogen. Why so little? Well, I personally think the KPI is set quite high, because right now we have a zero production of green hydrogen. So I think this is a huge difference, but we are trying to be reasonable in this area. So this is actually a volume of green hydrogen we are able to implement in the regional transport, be it regional buses, or also maybe a part of the vehicle fleet of the Ostrava and Opava city transport company. Those are the same entities as the ones that are managing the regional transport, by the way. And we've also mentioned railways, where the accumulation mobility is a big question because of the distances that need to be covered by the possible hydrogen powertrain. And there is a question about storage. What size of storage are we considering for the economic system to make sense? Oh, I would be very happy to be able to provide specific answers to such questions. With the projects that we are implementing right now, we are focusing mainly on the mobility and on getting the hydrogen to the final consumer. With the economy of what we would like to achieve here in the Moravian-Silesian region, it is important to set safe and secure hydrogen capacity, which also serve as an accumulation capacity which would be available where there was some kind of failure. So here we are talking about a capacity of, let's say, a week consumption. So if I make a really quick calculation in my head, when we are talking about 10 kilotons a day, we would need this times 6 to make the storage work. And to make this work, for example, leaving aside that this wouldn't really work for the industry because the consumption would be much higher, we should talk, I think, twice as much, probably, for the accumulatory storage site or the node to be functional. Thank you very much, Dan. Our audience is hoping to be able to download this presentation later on because we had to take it quite fast. We will definitely try to share the presentation, and as I said, please bear with me, this was the first time I was presenting this, but I will try to give you not only the presentation but also the finalized version of the strategy that you can use. I would like to thank you for your attention. The time is running out, so once again, thank you for this.
Díky moc. Dámy a pánové, já vás chci teď pozvat na kafe.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the time for me to invite you to the coffee break that's provided upstairs. Let's take a break and resume at 11 with our next panel. Thank you.
Skies in front of me, I country lanes that meander for days. Or maybe I'd take baby for a ride.
Potřebuju teďka tak. A my bychom se měli už i slyšet. Výborně. Voláme toho Zdenka. Robek se tady vyjedeme. Tak, jestli vás můžeme poprosit, abyste nám něco řekl vy? Paráda, my vás slyšíme i vidíme, takže všechno v pořádku, budeme připraveni, jo? Jenom vás teď poprosím, zamutujte si mikrofon a až bude na vás řada, tak uvidíte, on vás někdo vyzve. Děkuju.
Watch them get right. jardín de pan y de poesía, porque puestos a soñar, fácil es imaginar esta humanidad en armonía.
Dámy a pánové, milí přátelé, díky moc, že jste s náma na Vodíkovém fóru.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being us here at the Hydrogen Forum. We are continuing with our Day 2 agenda. We have a few shorter but still very impactful panels ahead of us. We will talk about hydrogen valleys and also about green industry in association with hydrogen technologies. First of all, I would like to start this debate on the future of European hydrogen valleys, and I would like to invite our speakers to the stage. First of all, I would like to say that one of our speakers won't speak Czech. He is from Poland and he will actually use interpreting services. So if there is any problem, please let us know. But to make things faster, we will try to make it together in Czech. So I would invite Jakub Unucka, first Deputy Governor of the region, to the stage. Hello. Please sit over there, if possible. Then, secondly, I would like to invite Jan Weiterschütz, Chairman of the National Hydrogen Association of Slovakia. Hello to you too. And last but not least, we have Jacek Boguslavski, Vice Marshal of the Wielkopolska region. Jacek, please, welcome and take a seat. Accompanied by the interpreter, of course. And our next speaker will be actually present online, Patrik Pitzinger, who is responsible for regional development. Our colleague Pitzinger is present online. I hope you can hear us and see us all. Yes, I can hear you and see you just fine. Hello and good day to you too. Patrick, we will have to switch you off shortly because first of all, I would like to give floor to Jakub Unucka to present his topic, and we actually can't have you and the presentation on the screen at the same time. So please excuse us for a moment, and before we get to our discussion, we will have a short introduction made by Jakub. So please, the floor is yours. Once again, hello everybody. And we are talking about, as it was said, the future of European hydrogen valleys, how to approach this issue as the Moravian-Silesian region. You are one of the leaders in this area in the Czech Republic. You set the tone for the development of hydrogen valleys, so we would like to put this into context of what is happening in Slovakia and in Poland. So I would actually focus on whether to choose hydrogen valleys or hydrogen group of islands. So it's quite easy to create a small hydrogen islands. We can have something like that here in Vítkovice when we have a filling station. We can have a small solar plant, and we can fill the cars, the vehicles with hydrogen this way. But as it was shown before the coffee break, as we see how the hydrogen circulates throughout our region, we can see those are not individual islands anymore. We can see this is a whole hydrogen continent, pretty much. Let me show this on a practical example to put this into context. Here we should have hydrogen-powered trains operated. They will come from Ostrava to Krnov using electricity, and from Krnov to Olomouc using hydrogen, and then from Krnov to Jeseník using hydrogen as well. And the red dots you can see are actually the filling station for the trains, one in the middle and one in the terminuses. Later, we would like to have hydrogen-powered buses, and the orange dots that you can see are the places where the buses are parked overnight and where they could be eventually filled with hydrogen, possibly. The red dots you can see now are places where hydrogen could be actually produced. So the green dots are the places where the hydrogen could be produced. It could be by Veolia in Frýdek-Místek, Stonava, Ostrava, Krnov, Přerov and other Czech cities. We were talking with my colleagues about a possible production of hydrogen in Pražská area here in the Moravian Silesian region. And here we see that it is really not a separated island anymore. And if you can see the whole network interconnecting all these dots, we can see that this region will become one huge hydrogen valley. It can't be a closed ecosystem which is isolated in a way. This is not feasible. As you can see, here we are with our partners, Polish Railworks and Slovakian Railworks, and I hope that maybe one day we will be able to create a huge hydrogen valley which would be a trans-border project, because we know that borders are actually something artificial, and people, products, services are always actually something that flows from one state into another. So it would be nice to talk about how this could be done in future. Thank you, Jakub, for this short presentation and for showing us how this works in the Moravian Silesian region. Now I will travel in a way to Slovakia. In the last 2 days, we didn't really discuss the situation in Slovakia. We've mentioned Poland several times, but what is your experience in Slovakia with hydrogen valleys? Is it valleys or islands with you in Slovakia? It really depends where in Slovakia are we thinking. Hydrogen Valley is a pioneer in a way in all regions that are trying to focus on hydrogen. So our pioneer is Košice, the city of Košice, and in the future we would like to start new projects in Prešov and also a cooperation with Ukraine. Why Ukraine? We know that there is a transport pipeline with 4 lines, and one of those could be actually transformed into a pipeline for hydrogen that we could use. This would be vast amounts of hydrogen, which could be of a reasonable price throughout the whole year. In Košice, we have a very active group of workers. They actually applied for funding last year. They were not successful just yet, unfortunately. We didn't have enough time to prepare our application, and the second time around we will know more, and at the beginning of the next year we would like to apply again. So Košice is one of the big centers that are active in this area. We also have Bratislava, where we have 4 hydrogen-powered buses functioning. Unfortunately, we do not have the infrastructure for them quite finalized, so the filling station with hydrogen, but we are working on that, and we are trying to use green hydrogen. And also Trnava region seems to be very promising for future reference, because there is ammonia produced in Trnava, so that could open way for the production of green hydrogen as well. There should be a new electrolyzer, which would provide hydrogen for the bus transportation as well. So I can see that things are developing quite fast in Slovakia. That's very nice to hear. I think the situation in the Czech Republic and in Slovakia are quite comparable, or at least here in the Moravian Silesian region. I can see a big energy which is going on here. This is something we miss sometimes in Slovakia, but as a official authority, we are trying to give incentives for this activity in the region. We are trying to create the snowball effect, but there has to be somebody who will push the snowball in the very beginning. So we need to get correct people for this initial stage of the process, and I believe very much that then things will move forward with the momentum. Yes, this is a question of getting stakeholder on your side. Let us move to Poland. Jacek, what is your experience with creating and developing hydrogen infrastructure in Wielkopolska region?
Że mogę dzisiaj być z Państwem i powiedzieć o naszych działaniach w Wielkopolsce, rejonie, który rozpoczął tą całą transformację od gospodarki powęglowej, szczególnie w Wielkopolsce Wschodniej, do czystych, zielonych energii ze szczególnym uwzględnieniem wodoru.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy that I can be present at this conference focused on new technologies. In Wielkopolska region, we have made some advancement with the shift from coal technologies to clean energy hydrogen technology.
O technologiach wodorowych w 2018 roku. szukając możliwości rozwoju dla naszego regionu, dla Wielkopolski, który dzięki środkom unijnym został regionem, który się rozwijał bardzo, bardzo szybko i jest takim wzorcowym w całej Unii Europejskiej.
So first step were actually taken already in 2018. We were trying to move towards the hydrogen technologies, where we achieved getting enough funding for the development of these technologies. And I can say that Wielkopolska region is nowadays a role model and pioneer for hydrogen technology in Poland.
Z naszego forum, Środkowoeuropejskiego Forum Technologii Wodorowych w Poznaniu, gdzie właśnie doceniła to, co już do tej pory zrobiliśmy oraz te wszystkie plany, które mamy w tej chwili w realizacji.
And this was actually confirmed by Ursula von der Leyen at the conference in Poznań city in Poland, who said that we really made some advancement in this regard.
Ale dla nas też bardzo ważna jest współpraca ze wszystkimi regionami w Polsce oraz także u naszych przyjaciół, czy to właśnie w Czechach, w Słowacji i innych krajach w Europie Środkowo-Wschodniej, a także z Niemcami.
For us, the cooperation with other regions in Poland is of utmost importance, and also with our neighboring countries, Germany, Czech Republic, Slovakia.
Tak pokrótce powiem, jak my w tej chwili działamy, w którym kierunku rozwój technologii wodorowych u nas następuje i jakie działania są już namacalne i to, co w tej chwili już funkcjonuje.
So let me describe in a nutshell what the situation is and where would we like to get what we have and what we are preparing.
Kraj w tym roku ogłosiliśmy naszą strategię wodorową, czyli mamy ten sam start strategiczny.
So similarly to the Moravian Silesian region, our region is approving our own strategy. We have done this year.
Cały nasz region, który ma być taką ambicję, być całą doliną wodorową, żeby obecne takie wyspy następnie połączyć.
And as it was mentioned before a few minutes, we would like to become a hydrogen valley as well, and we would like to interconnect all these hydrogen islands we have to create this one vast valley.
W Koninie zespół elektrowni Pontów Adamów-Konin zaczął produkcję zielonego wodoru i tam już też jeździ na regularnej linii autobus zasilany wodorem.
We actually have our first production site in the city of Konin, which is producing buses.
Już od początku miesiąca jeżdżą 3 autobusy wodorowe, ale do końca listopada będzie ich 25.
From the beginning of the month in Poznań, we have 3 hydrogen-powered buses, and till the end of November, we would like to have 5 more.
Ogólnie dostępne w Warszawie, a także tutaj już w tej chwili w Poznaniu na stacji Orlen.
Public hydrogen filling stations were made in Wrocław and in Poznań, in Orlen filling stations.
Trzymamy kciuki za rozwój kolejnych stacji ze względu na to, że planujemy, żeby Poznań był takim miastem wzorcowym i planowane są 3 stacje tankowania wodorem z firmy Orlen.
We would like to support the creation of other filling stations, and we would like to make Poznań city a model city for this hydrogen development and create more filling stations there.
Które znajduje się w centrum Poznania i tam też liczymy, że będzie produkowany wodór i dostarczany dla autobusów, a może w przyszłości, za co mocno trzymam kciuki i wiem, że lotnisko Ławica ma taką strategię, żeby też tam następnie można było tankować samoloty.
There is a hydrogen production plant at the airport of Poznań, and we would like to use it for public transportation in the future, and then maybe also use it for fuel production for planes.
Dla pojazdów, ale mamy 2 bardzo duże projekty, które są realizowane dla mieszkańców.
Takže toto byly dopravní projekty, ale máme také 2 velké projekty orientované
These were the projects for transportation, but we also have projects for citizens.
W mieście Pile powstaje duże osiedle wodorowe. Tam przeważającą energią ma być pochodzić z wodoru, a także z innych odnawialnych źródeł energii, ale to będzie wodorowe. Całkiem nowo powstaje.
Takže ve městě Pila na severu vojvodství
In the city of Pila, which is located in the north of our voivodeship, there will be an estate, a real estate that will be using hydrogen. And I keep my fingers crossed for them, because this is where I live, so I support this initiative.
Praktycznie 9 listopada podpisujemy umowę w Śremie, to jest niedaleko Poznania. Tam również będzie pierwsze osiedle wodorowe i ta technologia zaczyna już być tam stosowana.
Takže v listopadu, koncem listopadu podpisujeme.
And then in November, at the end of the month, we will sign a new contract for Śrem, which will be a second hydrogen city, a different real estate development that is close to Poznań.
Dobre i w naszych środkach bezpośrednich, które są w dyspozycji województwa wielkopolskiego, również planujemy zakup pociągów wodorowych.
Takže my vám fandíme s projektem.
We are big fans of your hydrogen train projects. We are looking into this as well, and we are working on a project.
Taką niespodzianka na pewno będzie, bo jestem po rozmowie z Orlenem i z PESą. Pierwsza lokomotywa wodorowa, która już znajduje się w Polsce, jest wyprodukowana na 99%, będzie również jeździła w tym roku po naszych torach kolejowych.
Takže jsem teďka po prvních rozhovorech s
I've just finished the first round of discussions with PESA, with the producer, and they promised that there is a 99% chance we will be able to deploy the first hydrogen locomotive on our railways.
My stawiamy na odnawialne źródła energii, na energię z wiatru, z fotowoltaiki, z energii geotermalnej oraz także z biogazowni.
Takže na závěr jenom řeknu, že my počítáme a klademe důraz na
We are planning to use other resources, renewable resources of energy, be it wind, biomass, PV panels or hydrogen.
Magazynować w wodorze, w zielonym wodorze.
A nadbytky z jiných
The
obnovitelných zdrojů
excess is supposed to be stored in green hydrogen. The excess from production using other renewable resources.
Nie jest energią stabilną.
Víme, že energie z obnovitelných zdrojů není
As we
stabilní
know, renewable energy is not stable. The energy coming from these resources is not stable.
Energetyki jądrowej również w Wielkopolsce, w okolicach Konina.
Takže i v naší strategii rozvoje Velkopolského
And
vojvodství
also in the development strategy of our region, we count on the development of nuclear development near Konin, which is a different city in our region.
Już kolejną, trzecią edycję H2 Poland, Środkowoeuropejskiego Forum Technologii Wodorowych 24-25 kwietnia na targach w Poznaniu.
A nejbližší příležitost, kdy se můžeme setkat a pohovořit o těchto technologiích.
There is an opportunity for us to meet on the 24th and 25th of April next year in Poznań at the trade show. See you there. Thank you very much for these comments, Jacek. Let's switch to our online guest. Too bad you couldn't be here to discuss the development of hydrogen hubs and other things. You represent one of the three regions that are about to become a hydrogen valley, or who are ambitious enough to tackle this challenge. What is ahead of you, and what are you doing in this matter? Thank you for this introduction. I think this has been evident from the previous discussion. We are the region that is ready to learn, because we will follow up on the great preparation and experience from our colleagues from the Moravian Silesian region and the Ústí region. our goal is to not to repeat their mistakes. We have a general strategy to develop this industry, and we will use it as a basis for preparation of our hydrogen strategy. So that together with the coal industry and other industries, and in cooperation with our Bavarian colleagues from the neighboring region, and here I must say that they are leaders in hydrogen, together we will start working on establishing the right project. At the time being, we cannot produce green hydrogen because it is costly to produce and to use it, but it has been proven that the future of hydrogen lies in the public transportation, that it has its place in the regional energy mix. It can also be used for heating. And quite recently there have been discussions in Bavaria on the use of the existing infrastructure that is there for gas to renovate it and to use it in the future for storage and distribution of hydrogen. So this will also be significant. We don't have first success stories to share with you, unlike our colleagues from the Moravian Silesian region and from Wielkopolskie Voivodeship. So there is a little gap, but we can learn from our colleagues' experience, and we are ready to work on the implementation of Hydrogen Valley. And I think it's been quite intense. Moving back to Slovakia, our Polish colleagues have mentioned the nuclear energy and also the role of hydrogen in the energetic mix in the future. What is your Slovak stance on the production of hydrogen from the nuclear plant? This kind of production is considered to be low carbon, and only France and Sweden can fulfill the requirements set in this area. Low carbon footprint, low CO2 usage in the production. In Mochovce, we have launched the third block. I think it's fully operational now, and the same plant will build a fourth block. So the capacities will be there. There will be possibilities to bring the energy to the market, and during especially the lunchtime when the electricity price is low, it will be able to switch gears and to send the energy into hydrogen. And here we are talking about dozens of thousands of megawatts. This is very convenient because this power plant is close to the pipeline, so we could pump hydrogen directly there and bring it where it's needed. Then with operators of the nuclear plants, we need to see what their activities will look like, because they run on annual contracts. They keep on pumping it into the grid, and small modular reactors are also being discussed, but this is a long-term run, and it will not become our reality anytime soon, or not even the next decade, but it would be great if we could use it this way, especially if it can be a high-temperature reactor, because you can have up to 60% of efficiency. But with the other solutions, you can receive up to 90%. So it's great, and it's good because those who are against transforming energy into hydrogen would lose all their arguments, and it would be perfect for storing energy throughout winter. It would also be fantastic combined with PV facilities, because during the lunchtime, when there is the lowest price of electricity, you can produce the most because there is a lot of sun. So the ROI of this solution would be great, and the hydrogen would be much less expensive. Let's speak collaboration. There is a lot of room for cross-border cooperation. In the Karlovy Vary region, they are working with their Bavarian colleagues. We could work with our Polish neighbors. How can we improve cooperation? Should that be on the level of individual clusters? Do we need additional political support? We keep talking about wind and sun, but actually the energy is underground. And in Košice, they devoted 200 million euros from their budget, and they drilled underground, and they received a source of heat that can be used to generate power. And when we do this, we can generate electricity 24/7. You are not subjected to any kind of regulation or limitation. And it has not been explored because nobody's needed this. But I think the Slovak geothermal experience is great, and that both Czechs and Polish can come to Košice to learn about this. So we could learn from their experience, mainly in Karviná. We could envisage this option. I think that producing steam to make a boiler spin is a bit too complicated. But underground, the energy is there, and maybe Slovakia could be a pioneer in this respect. So any kind of cooperation really makes sense around this topic. But then you need to think about the business first. So companies need to exchange information, be it Czechia, Slovakia and Poland, or all member states of the EU. Yesterday we had here representatives of Orlen Unipetrol. If there's anybody bringing ammonia, it will be to Rotterdam. So there needs to be cooperation there as well. All kinds of cooperation need to be between individual businesses. We could also learn from your experience from tenders for trains. We could learn how to organize the calls, how to prepare the infrastructure. Then we could learn how things are done in Poland and in Slovakia. It's all about sharing experience and information. Jacek Bogusławski, what is your experience from international cooperation, be it Slovakia, Germany or any other countries?
My obserwowaliśmy, zanim weszliśmy w technologie wodorowych, podglądaliśmy również inne regiony na całym świecie.
Takže taky jsme se dívali do jiných regionů.
Yes, we actually also looked at other regions and other countries all over the world to draw inspiration from them.
Tak samo było dzisiaj wcześniej mówione podczas rozmów, że warto podpatrywać inne rejony, uczyć się na ich błędach, a sami móc je później unikać.
Takže potvrzují, co tady zaznělo.
And I can only confirm what was said, so it is always good to learn from good experience and to learn from others' mistakes to avoid them in the future.
W Australii, w Japonii, w Afryce, ale najbardziej zachwyciła mnie inny region.
Dívali jsme se do Spojených států.
We were looking at Australia, Japan and Africa, but what I was mostly attracted to was a completely different region.
Hesja, który pokazał nam, jak tą technologię już można stosować, i tam zobaczyłem miejsce, gdzie jest tankowanych 27 zestawów pociągów wodorowych, które już w tej chwili ruszyły.
And what I was most attracted and inspired by was Hessen, our partner region in Germany, where they already have 27 hydrogen-powered trains operating on their railroad, so we can see how this can work in practice.
Razem, jeśli mamy możliwość, dzielimy się swoimi doświadczeniami, swoją wiedzą z innymi regionami, czy to dolinami wodorowymi w Polsce, czy też naszymi regionami partnerskimi, czy innymi dolinami w Unii Europejskiej.
Takže rádi se sdílíme své
We like to share our experience with other cities and regions, hydrogen valleys, not only in Poland, but also in Europe.
Złożyliśmy akces też do Hydrogen Europe. Jest decyzja Sejmiku województwa. Czekamy tylko jeszcze na zezwolenie Ministerstwa Spraw Zagranicznych.
Chceme se připojit do
We would also like to join the initiative Hydrogen Europe. We already have the central governance decision who supported this.
Związaną z dostosowaniem technologii wodorowych, Hydrogen Partnership, łącznie wiem, że z regionem również ze Słowacji.
Také další iniciativa.
Another initiative that is there is Hydrogen Partnership. We exchange technological assistance with Slovakia.
Które są w dyspozycji Komisji Europejskiej, plus środki, które są w dyspozycji naszego regionu, żeby one z sobą współpracowały dla rozwoju zeroemisyjności, szczególnie z uwzględnieniem wodoru.
And we would also like to use the European funds that are being offered in this area to decrease our carbon footprint.
Na pewno będą też ogólnie dostępne, bo chcemy z każdym z regionów spotykać się, rozmawiać i tak powiedziałem na początku, żebyśmy nie popełniali błędów i mieli szansę konkurencyjną z Azją czy ze Stanami Zjednoczonymi. My jako Europa musimy się razem trzymać.
And I'm strongly convinced that as European member state, we need to share know-how, share experience, and avoid possible mistakes to fight the Asian competence.
Dla naszych naukowców, a także dla naszych firm, przedsiębiorstw, które mają szansę na produkcję tutaj właśnie w Polsce, w Europie, w Wielkopolsce zielonej energii, którą będą mogły stosować.
The development of hydrogen technologies is also a great opportunity for the development of our regions, not only for technology, but also in the area of science, of businesses who would like to take part in this transformation.
Spotkania i na współpracę, co mogę publicznie tutaj potwierdzić.
And that's why I would like to invite you all to cooperate, and we are open to further collaboration. Thank you very much, and thank you for your offer. Now I would like to turn to Patrick, who is joining online. You said you are cooperating with Germany. On what level does this cooperation take place, and what know-how do you share with them and get from them? Currently, we are creating shared strategy, so we are preparing a shared strategy for hydrogen development, mainly in industry, because our colleagues from Bavaria are focused mainly on that. What we can learn, I think, at this moment is something what was already mentioned by our colleague from Poland. Right now, hydrogen represents a great future, and I think it can strongly influence the competitiveness of our industry for future reference. What we can see now is that we really need to set the same conditions, at least on the European level, because if we don't do that, it is possible that one state, for example, Bavaria, let's say, will put a lot of money, a lot of financial resources into hydrogen. And that will be the moment when we, as the Czech Republic, will miss out on this opportunity because our investment might not be that big. So I would like to see better conditions for hydrogen development here in the Czech Republic, and also stronger cooperation between private and public sector, because otherwise we won't succeed. We are at the very beginning of our journey, and we need to have a good cooperation between public bodies and private capital that is available, because otherwise we might not be able to jump on this bandwagon. So this is the first experience we made. For example, for us in Karlovy Vary, the border area in Germany, are a great partner. There is a developing industry in Upper Franks and also around Cheb city. I don't want you to give any general advice, but would you be able to point out what your region should focus on when you are building these capacities, hydrogen hubs, and when preparing this strategy? Let me start a bit more broadly. Yesterday we were discussing how to prepare an international-based project between Slovakia, Czechia and Poland. We could prepare a test bed where we could have a different type of vehicles, big van, small van, all types of vehicles that you can see in the city centers. We will try to power them by hydrogen only, and we will share them between the individual countries so that people get used to the idea that hydrogen is something normal and that is here to stay. Maybe this is a whole new thing for you because everybody is discussing hydrogen-powered buses and trains, but for me personally, the most beautiful usage of hydrogen is actually one type of vehicle being waste garbage vehicle actually. So here we can see that hydrogen is not only for trains and buses only, but that it can be used in a much broader spectrum of potential applications. So this is one of the practical examples how we can use this cooperation and its geographical situation of Slovakia, Poland and Czechia being so close to each other. Now I would like to turn to our international guests because within our Czech colleagues we discussed this topic rather extensively yesterday. I would like to talk about IPCEI projects. So what experience have you made with these? How successful have you been with getting funding from these projects? When it comes to IPCEI, it was a very hot topic in Slovakia some 2 years ago. We applied with 31 projects back then, so it was quite a wide range of those. But at that time, we could actually see that the European Commission itself didn't really set clear priorities about what projects should they focus on. So, for example, with the first industrial deployment, it was the case that they started to support this one, but then they actually turned to infrastructural projects of a sort. So we actually got 3 projects to further rounds of the call. One of them is actually on the way. There has been a tender opened in Slovakia, and that was for a company which is important not only in Slovakia but also on European level. And the important competitive edge of this company is that they can actually store and create storage for hydrogen. They can put it underground. And now they are actually looking at how to combine the storage of natural gas and hydrogen. They are putting it together in one storage, and then they are looking at if the hydrogen is polluted or not, to what extent, and how to clean it up again. I also shortly mentioned the pipeline, and we are now calculating how much should we invest if we decide to change one of these 4 pipes into a hydrogen pipe from gas one. And the third project under IPCEI is from the Tomark company. It is a very innovative project. It is a drone, a big drone rather, which can carry up to 4 people and can be also used in a wide spectrum of other applications. We are still looking for new partners for this project, so this is a call to other countries maybe as well. There is a very well-working power cell which is propelling the drone, and you can actually get more information because we have it present here in front of the conference hall, so you can take a look. Okay, same question for our Polish colleague.
Łatwe pytanie, gdyż projekty, które są dyspozycji też i Komisji Europejskiej, u nas też strony rządowej, a my staramy się je bardzo aktywnie pozyskiwać, ale opowiem o 2, 3.
Takže není to snadné získávat tyto evropské projekty.
It is not easy to fund these European projects in Poland, but I will demonstrate this on 2 or 3 projects we did.
Następnie powstała Polska i my mamy swoją europejską i staramy się szukać środków, które są w komisji oraz także w stronie rządowej, w naszych środkach europejskich, które mamy wynegocjowane.
Důležitým počinem byl vznik
One of the important things we did was the creation of European hydrogen strategy. Of course, then we have our regional Polish hydrogen strategy, and we are trying to combine funding from these 2 sources.
Że ze swoim zespołem udało nam się pozyskać środki dla regionu Wielkopolski Wschodniej, regionu, który odchodzi od węgla brunatnego, tak jak tutaj właśnie w morawsko-śląskim regionie.
Takže jsem rád.
I am very happy that we were able to get financing for previously coal mining regions at the east of the Wielkopolska region, which was strongly concentrated on production of coal in the past, similarly to Moravian Silesian region.
Zeroemisyjnym mamy swoją strategię i na to między innymi pozyskaliśmy dodatkowe środki z projektu Life After Coal.
And we also have our strategies to make Wielkopolska region net zero by 2030. We have our strategy, and I think we are quite successful in getting enough funding within the strategy.
Unii Europejskiej, ale bardzo teraz mocno trzymamy kciuki za inny projekt, do którego jako strona rządowa Polska również weszła.
Takže tady se nám to daří.
So as I said, we are quite successful in this endeavor. Right now we have a new project we would like to develop further.
Bardzo ważna będzie cena tego zielonego wodoru.
Takže vidíme, že velice důležité.
And of course, the decisive factor will be the price of green hydrogen.
Jesteśmy osobami świadomymi ekonomicznie, dlatego staramy się znaleźć dostawy takie i jest pewna szansa z krajów skandynawskich.
Takže myslíme ekonomicky v Polsku a
We in Poland try always to think economically, and we have a chance to get cheaper resources from Scandinavia.
Poprzez Finlandia, Estonia, Łotwa, Litwa, Polska do Niemiec.
Takže máme projekt.
We have, for example, a project of a pipeline going from Finland through Lithuania, Latvia, Poland and Germany. And the price there is planned for 3 euros per kilogram.
A w regionie Wielkopolski Północnej, w okolicach Damasławka, planowane są zbiorniki wodorowe w kawernach solnych.
And in the north of Wielkopolska region, we are planning 2 hydrogen storages in salt mines.
Która zaprojektuje ten wodorociąg. Wiem, że my też tam jesteśmy.
And right now we have a tender opened for the supplier of this pipeline, and we are part of this project.
Ze strony rządowej to, co się u nas stało 15 października i że szansa, gdyż opozycja parlamentarna będzie mogła utworzyć rząd, jest szansa, że będziemy mieli środki na Krajowy Plan Odbudowy.
Takže máme v Polsku po volbách došlo k politické
In Poland, we had general elections a few weeks ago, and now we have a new opportunity to get funding for a restoration plan and national hydrogen plan.
Dla wszystkich naszych regionów i tam również będziemy starali się pozyskać, wykorzystać środki na technologie wodorowe z odnawialnych źródeł energii niskoemisyjną.
A právě z toho plánu obnovy se nám otevřou velké možnosti získat
And
prostředky.
this is the resource we would like to use for further development of hydrogen technologies.
I dzielić się swoją wiedzą.
A to bude velkým impulzem pro další spolupráci se
We believe this will be a huge impulse for further cooperation with other hydrogen regions and for sharing of know-how.
Je to jako skvělý závěr této panelové debaty. Pánové, děkuji vám, kteří jste tady byli naživo.
Thank you very much. I think this is a nice conclusion of this panel discussion. Thank you to Patrick, who joined us online. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day.
Pokračujeme další debatou.
And we will be moving on, ladies and gentlemen, with another panel discussion that will be about hydrogen NOx.
Rád přivítal na pódiu další kolegy.
Now I would like to ask our guests to join me here. We will have here Mr. Jakub Tobola, who's the commercial director of the Veolia Group in the Czech Republic. There he is.
Dobrý den. Prosím, posaďte se tady na jedné z těch židlí.
Greetings.
Jakub Helus,
please take a seat. Then we have here Jakub Helus, who's chairman of the board of Renault Energia.
Zdravím vás. Dobrý den.
Greetings to you.
Prosím. A Stanislav Nestrašil, CEO
And then we have here Mr. Stanislav Nestrašil, the CEO of Silesia Hydrogen. Good afternoon or good morning to you as well.
Já, než přejdeme k debatě, tak bych
Before we open the discussion, I would like to kick off with a short presentation of Jakub Tobola's slides.
A kliker máte zprava.
Please.
Tak, dobrý den, dobré dopoledne. Předobědové, doufám, že vás před obědem
Hello, I hope I will not tire to death before the lunch break. I have a couple of slides that will be very brief. To set up the scene a little bit and for you to get an idea of what we as a water management and energy management private company do in this area in the Moravian Silesian region. We've been in the Czech Republic since 1992. We've been around for quite some time. In this region we've been since 1997. We manage huge heating plants and heat distribution plants. They were or have been coal-based, but there have also been transformation projects for making these energy greener, to switch from fossil fuels to other fuels. Veolia is a water management and water treatment company. We also treat waste, mainly municipal waste. In terms of energy, we are the biggest player in the Moravian Silesian region and also in Prague, where we take care of the entire heat distribution system. Here are our commitments that we pledged a couple of years ago. It is about dropping coal completely by 2030. In the Moravian Silesian region, we deliver heat to more than 200,000 households. Traditionally, the heat was created using coal, so you can imagine that this commitment is not easy and it's quite a daunting task, but we tackled this quite well. We started investing in this in 2018. We started to go green and to switch to biomass mainly, and partially also to natural gas, because biomass is not sufficient. And then we can also use other resources, be it wastewater. We can also use to-waste heating from industrial facilities, something we have been working on. We can also use non-recyclable waste that would end up in a landfill, so it can be used for heat generation. We already have the first boiler for incineration of solid, non-recyclable wastes. In Frýdek Místek there is a plant producing 50% of the heat that is needed for the city, and a similar situation is in Krnov. The biggest eco project we will be working on will be switching from coal to solid alternative fuels in Karviná, and those of you who are from Ostrava, you know we have a facility in Třebovice and another one in Přívoz. They completely cover the city. Třebovice are coal-focused based, and we need to switch to an alternative fuel by 2030. So let's discuss our projects we have at Veolia. We have quite many. Some of them only exist on paper. In terms of hydrogen, there are several things you've already described here. There are different types and colors of hydrogen. Obviously, the one that is in demand the most is the green one. That means coming from non-biological and non-fossil fuels. But this is seasonal, because in winter we have less sun. So there could be outages in production of hydrogen, and if we want to use it for buses and trains in the Moravian Silesian region, we need it in winter too. Then our projects are based on the reality of what is offered. We would like to produce hydrogen using a combination of different resources, be it PV and other resources, also incineration of biomass. Biomass is not considered to be a green resource of hydrogen, but the legislation keeps evolving, and we believe that it still makes sense, because we also need hydrogen in winter, and this is important for the region. Let's move to Frýdek Místek, to our heat plant, where we produce 60% of the heat using biomass. We also produce electricity, and there we implemented the first hydrogen project, for which we are preparing the building permit. We received funding from EU funds. We were the only ones to get this funding for biomass hydrogen production, something we are very proud of, and thanks to this we'll be able to finalize the project. Once we get the zoning permit and the building permit, we will start the implementation, and it should be up and running by 2025, the end of this year, 2025. We will be producing 2 megawatts using the electrolyzer, and also using renewable resources, PV facilities and biomass mainly. And the hydrogen that will be produced in this way will be used in cooperation with the region for bus transportation in the region. Other projects are Přerov, Karviná and Krnov. In Krnov it's biomass again, where we would like to produce more hydrogen, larger quantities, 3 to 4 megawatts. In Krnov, which is a city that is located on a railway that is not electrified, could benefit from hydrogen for train operations. So filling of these trains, that is another project we work on with the Moravian Silesian region. And then in Přerov and Karviná we have other potential projects that would aim at green hydrogen production, but these are more for the future, which also applies to hydrogen production in Ostrava. Thank you very much for this presentation of hydrogen-related projects and of activities of your company. I would like to pass the floor to our other panelists before we proceed with the efficiency of hydrogen nodes. So Jakub, you go next.
Děkuji za slovo.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. We've been working on this for 20 years. That is both development, construction and launching of all projects related to renewable energies. We started with water, now we also work with the wind, and we supply energy to clients who are directly connected to the grid. These are mainly municipalities or large consumption facilities, for instance, swimming pools or ice rinks and hockey stadiums. Now we recently also implemented Ionity and Tesla charging stations, and in Lovosice we have the largest charging hub. 3.5 gigawatt is the 3.5 megawatt is the capacity of this facility, and the advantage of using water is that you have constant flow of water, which is not the case of PV and of wind. Using wind is an option because you always get at least 3 meters per second for the turbine to be able to spin at least 60% of the time annually. So you can use the energy for the electrolyzer 60% of the time. And then for the rest, well, I will discuss this later, because there are other solutions. Our company also operates gas stations, and then we also build rooftop PV stations for farming structures. We are also planning, especially in this region, to build wind energy parks in the foreseeable future, but this is a long-term run. I will describe this a little bit later, because these parks are mainly located at the Czech-Polish border. And it's quite interesting because in Poland you can find hundreds right behind the border. In one of the locations where we would like to build 5 to 9 stations, in Poland they already have 250 right behind the border, which is quite funny because one would believe that the wind blows in Poland stronger, or that there are other obstacles on our side. There's still a lot of legwork for these wind facilities to be built. We are also a member of the Chamber of Renewable Resources, where I'm in charge of legislative tasks. That is important for renewable energies because we need to optimize costs so we can avoid problems. For instance, installing one station running on renewable resources and then stopping development of these technologies for 15 years. So that is why I underline all the time the seasonal storage of energy, and I also work on preparation of legislative documents in this respect. Czechia will very much need this very soon because it's needed for the electric grid, but it's also very topical for the entire Europe. PV facilities are mushrooming, but there are also heat pumps. And this is complicated because we will produce a lot of energy in summertime, but the consumption will grow in winter. So storage is important. And there are no other solutions nowadays. Hydrogen is the only way, it seems. Hydrogen that we've already discussed, it can be accumulated in underground storage facilities, and it could also be used in a number of ways. It can even be pumped into the existing gas pipeline. 10 to 15% don't change the properties of natural gas. It can be accumulated in the existing underground storage facilities. facilities that could cover up to half of the winter season. So the infrastructure is there, it's ready to be used. However, the consumption of hydrogen in industry and transport is so big that there is an immense hunger for green, clean hydrogen that makes me believe that mixing it with natural gas will probably not be beneficial. And the Chamber for Renewable Resources is also trying to simplify the procedures for authorizing these structures. Unfortunately, wind plants are a couple of dozens of meters tall, which is the negative impact because it kind of sticks out in the countryside. You can see it and people criticize it because it's very visible, and very often the facilities are hidden among houses or trees, so you cannot see them, but one or two opponents can completely block preparation of these projects, and usually it takes 10 to 15 years to prepare, and 90 to 95% of projects after such a long journey die.
So this is the main topic that we are currently dealing with. I think there have been some minor successes, but I would contain the expectations of the journalists because they are talking quite a lot about the acceleration zones being the ultimate solution, that we are going to get the building permit in half a year, but I think it won't be that easy. There are European directives, of course, but on the European level things take time. And yes, we know we have quite a strong mandate at the Ministry of the Environment, where there are also opinion clashes, and I am maybe running a bit longer, so I apologize. Very good. I would like to pass the floor to Stanislav. You can grab the mic over there, and I would ask you to maybe create a framework and tell us more about your business endeavors, and then maybe talk a bit more about the hydrogen nodes and whether we really need them everywhere we would like to see them. Hello, everybody. We, as a company, are preparing one big infrastructure project here in the Moravian Silesian region. We would like to combine RES energy with hydrogen and become one of the entities which will build up this hydrogen node as we envisage it and as the models plan. We draw inspiration from countries where similar projects already function, and as it was said by my co-speakers, there are some problems with permit procedures, with getting the right approvals at the right time, and I think that this is something that is being discussed quite often, and that is closely related to all hydrogen powers in the whole of Europe. So for us, these are the main topics. And of course, we are trying to learn more about financial analyzing and financial modeling and on how to implement the European legislation correctly into the chain of hydrogen generation. So this would be it for us. This would be the most important topic and theme that we are dealing with. And I would like to follow up on something that was said yesterday about the national hydrogen strategy. This document is set to promote hydrogen islands in the Czech Republic. And these islands are to generate hydrogen at the price of 8 euros per kilogram, if I'm not mistaken. I think that is what was said yesterday. And the second pillar, if I may, should be the imported hydrogen, around 2 euros per kilogram, around 2030, again, if I'm not mistaken. Our topic for today is the discussion on the development of hydrogen nodes as the basis of infrastructure. Infrastructure projects usually take around 10 to 15 years to become profitable. And we can see that there is a competition building on, meaning this imported hydrogen. So I think the question that there is should be this: how the investment teams in the individual companies that would like to invest into hydrogen nodes should decide, and how should they actually calculate the profitability of their projects if they take this imported hydrogen into account. It is great that here in the region we have the hydrogen cluster that has its own strategy. Dan Minasik talked about this yesterday a bit. They are working on monitoring different tendencies that are taking place now. They are also creating strategies for early investors who would like to get into the field till 2027 and should be able to do so under looser circumstances and conditions, but we can see that everything will really take place between 2026 and 27 for the investors, and then from 2030 on, according to RED III directive. The consumers who now use grey hydrogen will need to use our renewable hydrogen. That means hydrogen created with the solar power, for instance. And we are still talking about when to invest, if it is profitable at all. And we should be aware of the fact that we need quite a lot of energy. After that, you need to calculate if this investment will cover all the necessary energy supplies. And after that, you will need to get the energy to the consumers. So if somebody says that in 4 years they will be able to import hydrogen, which will be a huge competition for the hydrogen that we create here, it is another factor which creates investment uncertainty. And this is something that we can see all over Europe. Because on one hand they say, yes, hydrogen is important, invest into it, support it. There is a support for that also from the European Union. They say we can support you with €4.50 per kilogram, but then we actually need to take a look at what will happen after we will be able to import the hydrogen as well, which will be much cheaper, and how this will impact the final price. I think this is highly important for all the investors. We need to get consistent information, consistent output from the decision-making bodies. Thank you. That is very interesting opening of our debate. Maybe I would ask your co-speakers to elaborate on how difficult is it to plan for the future, and how uncertain do you feel about all the costs. I would like to add something. Let's talk about the combination of CAPEX and OPEX as well. How does this influence your investment strategies? You both describe huge projects with a lot of investment in it. Yes, I can definitely see two levels in this. One of them is the CAPEX and one of them is OPEX. I talked about the situation in Frýdek Místek, so we can see that there is some funding available. When we take a look at costs, OPEX for the hydrogen production, that is the area where I see the most uncertainty, be it the funding for the producer as such, so that they are able to supply the market with hydrogen at a price which will be competitive in a few years' time after we will get this cheap imported hydrogen as well from other countries, or for the contracts that will be concluded with some kind of consumer, which can be companies, which can be Czech railroads, which can be other entity. We need to make sure that these contracts will be predictable even in a few years' time, so that there's a set price for hydrogen for some longer time period. I don't mean 15 years or something like that, but let's say 5 to 10 years. Let's set a formula, let's set a price for the hydrogen, let's have a clear strategy here so that it makes sense in a long-term run. I feel like some representatives of transport companies is that they will tender the prices of hydrogen every month and they will see who will offer the cheapest price, and they will then take the hydrogen from this entity, but this is not viable in the long term. We need to find a common concept for this problem. And then there is the question of whether funding should be for the producer of the hydrogen or for the end consumer. That means for the transport company, for example, in the field of operation. So funding for their buses, which will be more expensive to operate at that time. Thank you very much. I fully understand the situation with biomass and with photovoltaics. There is no OPEX support available, but with wind energy, this is the only advantage really that we get because, as I said, the preparation of the projects is quite lengthy. But now, for the last 2 years, I think, the wind energy is again supported, it is funded with referential auction price. This actually means that if you sell energy on spot, the price will be always supported by a kind of bonus to a certain amount, to a certain level. It is now 2 crowns 60 per kilowatt hour minus subsidies, which means that in result it is about 2 crowns 30. But what is important is that we can sell the energy into the grid or to end customers for spot price, which actually brings us closer to the example of Slovakia, which was presented some time ago. It means that if the electrolyzer gets energy for spot prices, then the OPEX costs for the operation of electrolyzer would be manageable. It would be possible that the electrolyzer works in times during the day when the energy price is low and where the energy is generated by the renewable energy source. As we said, the wind is blowing around 60% of time throughout the whole year, and this gives us a reasonable use cases for the operation of electrolyzers. So it is always good to think about a potential combination of these projects with some photovoltaic sources, so we can cover the times when the wind is not blowing. Very often when the wind blows, the sun is not up and the other way around. So with wind energy, the situation is slightly better. Still, I think we can't use the electrolyzer for 4,000 hours per year, which, as it was said, would be needed for the project to be viable. Nonetheless, I think this exactly is the model they apply in Germany, how they plan to deploy electrolyzers on a large scale. They want to produce green hydrogen from sun and wind energy. Unlike the Czech Republic, they have quite a lot of wind energy available. And I think that in combination with sun energy, it can give you some 2,000, 3,000 hours of the electrolysis operation throughout the year, which is something already. And I think the Germans can actually accommodate for that. So in a few years' time, they will be able to use them in practice. So as it was said in the beginning, let's see what the Germans are doing. Let's try to cooperate, because it's important that we don't miss this ship. So for me, the combination of wind energy and solar energy could be a really good option. I think this could be our topic number 1 for future reference, in fact, because there is a huge interest in hydrogen applications in transport and industry, and I think it is very important to focus on the generation aspect of it and the green hydrogen and on the sufficient amounts of electricity, of course, because I think electricity will become a very desired commodity. I think with heat pumps and electromobility, this will become even more pressing, and the hydrogen generation will also play into it. So, in my opinion, it is important to have enough diversified resources to produce energy, green energy.
Thank you very much. Moving back to Stanislav Nestrašil. We had a chat this morning before we discuss what the municipal stakeholders need to do, what the European environmental policy is to do, because we were promised money for hydrogen development, and this sounds like something that was too good to be true. So what went wrong? What stopped this development? I think it was 3 years ago. The European commissioners presented hydrogen as a panacea. They said that everything will switch to hydrogen. We will build new technologies, electrolyzers, and if I am not mistaken, 4 gigawatts of installed facilities was their goal for 2024 for the entire Europe. But we need to wait for the key legislation for all energies, not just hydrogen, and it was only approved this year. In the meantime, others were expecting the outcomes. They were waiting out to see what happens and what is approved by the European Parliament or not. I don't know what the exact status is right now. And the key European players who had the projects prepare were quite uncertain about this. Because if you have a look at the pipeline of the projects, everything was prepared, but we needed the final decision. And we were lacking clear legislation. Now we have it. So I talked about this comparison and this discontinuity between the national hydrogen strategy, because it says hydrogen will cost 8 euros, and then somebody else says we will import it for 2.5 euros. This is what the politicians have been saying, and then the investors are confused, because they need to have a certain degree of clarity on what's coming in the next years, so they can have their capex and they can do their budget calculation. So I think this is what's slowing down the entire European development of investments into a larger systemic hydrogen projects. Yes, different initiatives were mentioned here yesterday, but we need a systemic solution, because the solutions mentioned here yesterday were just small-scale ones. We discuss here hydrogen nodes. What conditions does the European Hydrogen Bank provide to the applicants? That is the question. You need to have at least 5 megawatts per electrolyzer. That needs to be your minimum performance, and this is where you can start to tell the difference between the individual projects. If you invest, and this is the uncertain part, because we discuss prices of hydrogen, but nobody says if it is the price after the logistics, before the electrolyzer, or at the filling station. So that is unclear. You can produce it for €3, for instance. But then if the logistic part and the distribution is inefficient, it can add up to 60 or 70% to our budget. And at this level, everything has an influence. I'm trying to process the information, so maybe, gentlemen, what is your stance on that? What is the impact of European policies on our local conditions? So, Veolia, you as an international, multinational company, how do you perceive this? Obviously, it has a direct impact on all our activities, especially in the energy and heating sector. That is quite clear. But let's get back to our project. Our company does not want to be a large-scale hydrogen producer. We see opportunities, but locally. So we initiated discussions with the Moravian Silesian region. We wanted to try this out, and we are nowadays producing biomass to produce these energies. We've had the subsidies, and we can supply the energy to the grid, to the consumers, or we can use it for hydrogen production. But the electrolyzer is just an appliance that's consuming 2 megawatts of electricity, no matter if it comes from an energy plant or from the grid or from a PV facility or a wind plant. So that doesn't matter. I think that it is not ideal. It's easier to have connections than to go through different structures. But let's get back to the electrolyzer. It is an appliance. It consumes energy that can be used in different ways. We've been running discussions with CHEPS, the manager of the grid. We also use support services. We use batteries for storage. We use recuperation units. We could stabilize our grid. We could also stabilize the use of the electrolyzer. So there are many additional means in which it could be used in the future, and that could use that could help the economy, and that could use hydrogen to be reasonable. But number one priority should be hydrogen production, not provision of additional supporting services. I don't want to talk about the pipe dream that would entail storing hydrogen somewhere and then using it again for reproducing energy, because that would be a complete nonsense and a waste of energy and money. But there are other ways which we could explore in the future.
Děkuju. Já tady trošku budu i pak reagovat na kolegy. Ono v podstatě
I wanted to respond to what my colleagues have said. I think this is a European problem. Some resources have a good tariff or support, and that is systemic. So this will be interesting to see. Regarding the regarding the wind plants and the facilities connected to the electrolyzer, there is another problem in Czechia, that is high and very high tension. You don't have sun or wind all year long. Sometimes there is not enough water, sometimes you need to shut it down. But then there is the minimum performance that is needed before you can discontinue the operations. Then there are the distribution fees that will be introduced shortly, so it will have a disruptive effect on the electrolyzer. Our chamber will discuss it tomorrow. There is an important meeting about this because we see this as an additional obstacle in our legislative field in Czechia, and we will need to overcome it. So I think we impose the obstacles ourselves. The wind plants are one thing. The discussions about the air construction, the zoning permit issuance and the construction permit issuance. Also, the regional development is another thing, and basically the consensus is that these wind plants are a part of the infrastructure. In theory, they can be built anywhere, but this is too simplistic. They can be built anywhere as long as they don't alter the nature of its environment, and building a 150-meter tall structure somewhere does this exactly. So that's why we need to outbalance our energy mix, so we can produce energy for more than 1,000 hours a year. The obstacles are there at all the levels you can imagine, and I am not too optimistic, because it has taken 15 years to receive the building permit. I don't think you can accelerate it to have it done within 5 months. It will definitely not be the case of Czechia, even though the union is imposing this. There is room for improvement on all levels. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your input and for this discussion. I hope the development will be more optimistic than pessimistic. Thank you for your insights and for your thoughts.
Dámy a pánové, než přejdeme k úplně závěrečné ceremonii předání štafety dalšímu vodíkovému kraji,
before we pass the floor to our last
zajímavým tématem budoucnosti
panelists, I would like to wrap this up by stating that our industry is emission heavy, and we need to tackle this. Low emission technologies have an influence on the competitiveness of Czech industry, so I think that green steel is a topic that deserves our attention, and for this reason I am very happy that we have here Mr. Pavel Šedivý, the Managing Director of Liberty Ostrava. Good afternoon.
Já se omlouvám, já přes ty reflektory nic nevidím. Krásný dobrý den, prosím.
A good afternoon now and welcome. Please take a seat. Next, Filip Hájek, the Manager for Ecology and Energy of the Steel Union. Greetings to you. As well, and our third speaker, David Svintek, member of the European Social Environmental Committee. Welcome. Gentlemen, please take your seats, and let's kick off with a brief presentation prepared by David Svintek, and this will be a good departure point for our discussion. And the floor is yours.
Zelená. Zelený kliker jako zelená ocel nás žene vpřed.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. Let me introduce the topic of the next panel to you. Maybe it will be interesting for you to see it from the perspective of the European Union and also from one of the big industry enterprises which deals with decarbonization quite intensively. European Economic and Social Committee, it is one of the official institutions, one of the official bodies that are active within the system of the European Union. It has its own organization. That is not important at this moment, but it is important to say that the Europe also hears the voices of the employers and of the representatives of industry. I'm a representative of the industry of the Czech Republic, so I should know. And we actually prepare different opinions for the function of this body. We talk quite a bit about competition, competitiveness. We need to support the sustainability of the businesses and not to create more hurdles by the green transformation than we would be able to overcome. When you take a look at the graphic that you have in front of you, you can see that the industry is able to cope with the transformation and that the sales have been growing with one exception in 2020. And when I was looking at this in a more detailed way, I have noticed that the most growth in sales is in the area of sale of basic types of steel, basic type of irons and materials that are made of them. So in the period of 2020 and 2021, this has been significant. We will compare this with the situation on the market as well. Now I would like to take a look at how is the discussion about green steel going on in Europe. I have visited a city in Sweden, which is a shining example for making our industry more green. Till 2035, they would like to switch to emission-free production of green steel thanks to hydrogen technologies. I also saw it on spot on a smaller pilot project, so on a smaller scale, but they would like to make 1.5 million tons of steel in this way in a few years. So this is definitely very interesting. And what is also very good is that there is a big value chain being created around this type of production on spot. So they are trying to really interconnect the individual stages of the production, and they are looking at the topic as a whole. They already have an order for 1.5 million tons of steel, which they should be able to create next year. How are they able to do it? It is because of cheap energy produced by water. They have great hydro plants, and this is something that we are missing in the Czech Republic, and we have to work with what we have. In Europe, we can see many different approaches, and the Czech Republic is, to be honest, not in a very advantageous position here. Here you can see our national plan in the area of energy and climate, and you can see that we have nuclear energy, solar energy and wind energy as priorities. Hydrogen is also a part of this overall solution, but the proportion of it is rather small. We would need much more hydrogen applications so that we will be able to store them properly and use this accumulated energy. This is a standpoint from the industrialist initiative. And as you can see, they say that the main thing for transformation is a sufficient amount of clean energy, electrification, and that they also see a great potential in the use of hydrogen. So hydrogen should also play a positive power in all this. And here, let me talk about Třinecké železárny for a bit, so we have also a practical example. They produce a huge number of tons of steel. By 2030, they would like to be able to decrease their emissions by 55%. Here you can see how they will go around it. So the individual stages of the transformation, they can see that right now their emission proportion is quite low in comparison to other similar bodies. They are preparing new types of furnaces, and all this should lead to a situation where the producer should be able to cope with all that is there. To znamená, that means carbon permits, that means all the regulation concerning decarbonization and all that. And one important message is that we shouldn't really mix up decarbonization and deindustrialization. Those are two different concepts. I think we will repeat these words more and more, be it on national level or on the European level. But it is something that is here to stay, as we said. As you can see, climate change is definitely a global problem, so we need to deal with this on the European level. We are the front runners that are showing the way to other parts of the world, other industries, but still EU share of global emissions is about 7%, so we need to get everybody else on board to make a real change. As I said multiple times, this all won't be possible without clean energy sources, which should be also accessible and available. And this would be it for the introduction. Thank you.
Děkujeme Davidu Sventekovi. Pánové, prosím, jestli vás mohu tady...
Big thank you to David Sventek for this nice introduction into the matter. I must say I very much like how we are coming down from the European level to the individual business entities. Green industry, green steel, that is a huge topic. For the Czech Republic, it might be something that is not really tangible and that is somewhere there in far distance. But Filip, if I turn to you, how do you think that this topic of green steel is perceived in business field, in the situation when we are not really sure what the situation in future will look like, when we know that we will have to invest heavily in the hydrogen infrastructure? What do you think the general perception is? What's your perspective? I think it is necessary to say, at the first place, that the concept of green steel is still something that is being formed, that is being created. It is something where we need to consider the future generation and all aspects of it, so hydrogen, of course. I think the demand for green steel will be there, but the question is how the generation, the production will play into the final price of the steel. So yes, it is quite clear that we will have more and more consumers, more and more clients who will want to buy cleaner steel, green steel, but we need to make this economically viable. We have heard several contributions, and it was said multiple times that once the steel becomes twice as pricey, you really need to ask yourself if your clients will be willing to buy the steel. So this is the economical aspect of it. And if we dig a bit deeper and if we take a look at the initial stages of the manufacturing processes, it is definitely a type of production which works as a role model in a way, but as my colleague already mentioned, not all countries and not all facilities do have ideal conditions for this. I think there are many questions to be answered, and when you talk about this with people from the individual businesses who really plan for green future, you can see that there is still some amount of uncertainty when it comes to green hydrogen. And as we said multiple times, because we would need a huge amount of green hydrogen to make this all viable and to cover all our production needs, it is definitely a question that needs to be answered. Yes, I'm talking with entities and people who work in steelworks, and very often I hear this as well. So they talk about uncertainty, about green steel, where do we get it, how much will it cost, and so on. The executive director of Liberty is here with us. You are right there at the source. So maybe you could talk a bit more about the switch to green steel and how this could work in your company in particular. I think it won't be a short process at all. I think the processes will become more and more green, and the hydrogen will play into it as well. For us, it is a question of electric furnaces, similarly to Třinec, as it was mentioned. This is how we actually can make the whole primary production greener. When you try to produce this way, you can actually close down the coke sites, because those are the parts of production process where the most CO2 emissions are being generated. We are trying to decrease this. We are about 2.4 tons of CO2. There are some businesses which can go even lower, around 2. So we can see there is a room for further decreasing of CO2 emissions. Another step would be switch to hydrogen, because in Australia, where we have one of our daughter companies, there is a huge photovoltaic site which will produce energy for hydrogen generation, and they will try to reduce the iron ore, not using classic hydrogen, but hydrogen produced by this solar energy. So this is the vision for the future. This is the objective we would like to reach as the group. Of course, this will depend on multiple factors. Nowadays, we are not really in a great situation. Economically speaking, we are talking about huge costs and investment. If we compare this with companies like Thyssen, for example, it is about 1 million tons of pellets, which would cost 1 billion. So you can see it is not easy, and it is also not cheap. Okay, you've mentioned a pilot project in Australia that already took shape. Do you think something similar could be done also here in the region? Maybe not using hydro energy, but maybe other renewable energy sources which would produce energy to further generation of green hydrogen. There is a calculation for 61 kilograms of hydrogen for 1 ton of steel. So you can see it is a huge amount. When you multiply all this, it is a huge amount of hydrogen which would need to be generated. And I think that in our conditions, with the solar energy we have available, this wouldn't be feasible. I would like to ask about the production of steel in a green way. Maybe this is something that another expert could answer. I'm not sure if you are the right person to answer this question. I think you are talking here about hydrogen fragility, if I'm not mistaken. I am not an expert in this area, but I've read about some projects that are being conducted, mainly in Sweden. And they say that this is not a risk they would encounter often. So, as I say, I've read this, but I'm not really able to comment on the topic of hydrogen embrittlement anymore. We've discussed shining examples from Sweden and other European countries. When you are talking to the member states on the European level, or to the officers there in the European Union, can you see their way of thinking, and can they see that there are really differences between the Czech environment and the Swedish environment, and that it might not be that easy to implement these goals in all countries? So how does this negotiation actually look like when the interest group says we don't think this could be economically feasible? I think we can see the differences quite clearly. Some countries have offshore sites, Some countries have more of wind energy. In Sweden, there is a big potential in hydro energy, as we said. But in the European Union, they think in a uniform way, and they are trying to find ways how to connect these sources with the end consumers. And I think this is where hydrogen comes into play, because it can be an additional source that you can combine with regular electricity that we have at hand. We can move it in containers, and that's why it is becoming more and more important in the European debate about the topic. And I think there is really an effort to maintain leveled playing field throughout Europe and also throughout the rest of the world. And I think that it's really necessary that Europe starts to protect itself, for example, using carbon toll, which means that we will impose taxes on the carbon that we import into the country. That is definitely a good idea, but I think there are many questions related to it as well. For example, how to put it into practice and how to measure whether the resources in the developing countries where we get the energy from are really clean or clean enough in the light of European legislation. So this is something we should really think about for the future.
Another thing that has been mentioned here several times is that Europe has changed its goals and strategies several times. So it makes it complicated for Czechia to adapt. By the time we implement something on the national legislative level, the EU is already requesting something else. So how can we adjust to these expectations that are sometimes quite divergent? I wouldn't say Europe is changing its targets. I think it's getting tougher and tougher. So those who got on and who is responsible and reasonable can adjust. And then we all need to adapt to this. We need to also adjust to the conditions we have here, because there is a series of them. And it also depends on our starting ground and where we need to go. So this needs to be negotiated on the individual level. Is there a strategy of steel producers how to go greener? Now I'm not talking only about hydrogen. Can you reach a cross-organizational agreement? The debates are intense indeed. Each company adopts a different approach based on the conditions where they operate and also on their facility location. But steel producers don't have many options technology-wise. Since 1960, the entire European steel sector lowered its emissions to 50%, and now we have achieved the minimum that is feasible. So there is then the price of the carbon permit, which is quite high. And steel producers need to find new ways. They could be twofold. One has already been described by Mr. Šedivý and by Mr. Smetek. So that's the already available option, consisting of reducing the primary route from blast furnaces to a different technology, and you can reduce it. You can reduce emissions by 40 to 60%. So using scrap iron is one option. And the second option would be taking the way of these modern technologies, such as hydrogen. And then you can pump a specific amount of hydrogen directly into the blast furnace, or you need an entire facility replaced, so you need a new furnace. That is pricey, but that is what they have been testing in Sweden. These are the main ideas. Then coal could be replaced with biological coal that is not fossil and could be added to the furnace. But here we are talking more about CCU project, so it's more about capturing carbon and transforming it into other products. Or we could focus on mining. But even if you want to use scrap iron, the road is bumpy because you need a lot of energy. In case of hydrogen, it is the double. And we have done the math. It would require 15 terawatts or more of clean energy for companies to do this switch. And so it can be 2 terawatts, 2 terawatt hours. That would be the electricity. And then, like I said, scrap iron, because many companies will adopt this way, and scrap iron will be in demand. It is currently being exported out of Europe, which we try to fight. But for some reason, this is not understood. And for the time being, scrap iron exportation cannot be banned. However, it is a strategic raw material. Steel producers cannot wait. That needs to be also said. We cannot wait for hydrogen to work. Allocation of carbon permits free of charge will go lower and lower, so the prices are expected to rise. The costs will be immense, and a solution needs to be found as quickly as possible. We cannot wait and see until 2035. That will not simply work. Do you have any numbers up your sleeve, how much it could cost? Have you done the math? How much money would the industry need? I'm not very good with numbers, but based on my knowledge, the initial costs for businesses, that means going hydrogen or going scrap iron, would cost approximately 35 to 100% more. That's our estimate on behalf of the association. I can say this, so this is quite a lot. Pavel, would you like to respond to what's been said? In terms of the day-to-day operations and business, scrap iron will be a problem. Třinec and Košice and Dombrova Górnicza are all planning this. Fest Alpine in the south is also planning this, so there will be 6 to 8 furnaces, 12 megawatt tons, for which you need 14 or maybe 13.5 tons of scrap iron. It is not considered as raw material, so it's been exported. And it can also increase the costs, then also the additional costs for going green. you will end up with a price that the consumers will not like very much. Then also logistics costs, because it keeps growing and growing. So for iron producers and steel producers, these times will be difficult. Would using a reactor that could produce heat, electricity and hydrogen be an option? We've only started the discussion, but we have no conclusions as of now, so it's not on the table for now. Going green and decarbonization of European industry and its competitiveness is a broad topic. The green policies of the EU will help us in that respect. How about the competitiveness of the Czech industry and production? What needs to be done? The time is now, as we have heard many times. What do we need to do to prevent these difficulties?
Ano, Davide, pardon, já se omlouvám. Já jsem myslel, že přemýšlíte nad odpovědí. Já jsem vás nechtěl
David, please.
Prosím.
What's on your mind?
Já popravdě vidím tu situaci teď velmi vážnou a je to vidět třeba i
I think the situation is really serious, given the layoffs, changing conditions. In the market, some have already started the transformation, especially in Germany. It is the case, it comes at a cost. If we are the pioneers and we show others how this can be done, we can export the solution and share it with the world. Maybe not now, maybe in a few years, but what is sure is that the rest of the world will start tackling this. China will probably not undersign commitment that would be this ambitious, but they have one for 2060 and everybody wants to reduce their carbon footprint, so I think it's coming. So we need to be ready. And this is, I think, what the German industry has put its money on, and we cannot just sit aside and pretend it doesn't concern us. We do have intelligent businessmen who can seize the opportunity and use it for the benefit of their business. So I think that the chance for success is there, but the business needs to be ready. Yes, the business says that it is ready, but that it's lacking support from the government and also in terms of legislation. So I think the industry would agree. Another thing that's an obstacle is how member states can help their industries, because this creates unjust and unfair conditions. There are different EU funds that are just redistributing money that was gathered from carbon permits, and basically they just receive a cashback for their investments. So I think the amounts are huge. The German industry allocates a lot of money to businesses, but it's okay, it's been through DG competition, so it is all correct, but it is not just and fair. There are different OPEX support tools. Philip, what do you think? Just one addition. It is exactly like my colleague says. If we take a look at the support German businesses receive, let's take a look at ArcelorMittal or ThyssenKrupp. It is not just support from Germany, but it's also the case of Spain. What hydrogen steel production receives is 2 billion, and we are talking about the national budget. These are exactly the things that outbalance this. And last but not least, it's also the energy policy. When the government is not helping big industrial companies cope with the rise of energy prices, or when its help is insufficient, you will always have stronger countries. We don't need to go far. Germany, once again. We are introducing subsidies and funding for renewable resources for companies. It's been around for ages in Germany. There are quite significant inconsistencies, and we need to be careful about this. Another thing is what already exists in some countries, industrial policies. Industrial policies on the national level, or then specific industry-specific policies. Let's take steel producers, and they come and meet and discuss their joint strategy. So we will call upon this more in the future.
Could you please rationalize decarbonization for us? I can definitely agree that we are no competition for the German iron and steel works. I think that is quite clear. So we have to think about the industry areas which have a problem with decarbonization. We mentioned Thyssen, we should receive 2.6 billion from the government in subsidies. So we can say that this whole process of application for subsidies took only 7 months, which is a really record in the length of the process. In Germany, there was already a project concentrated on the production of pellets. They have a huge dotation, a huge subsidy for transforming this onto hydrogen, and the money is not really comparable to what we have here as Czech steelwork companies. It is definitely connected to the budget of the Ministry of Trade and Industry as such as well. Gentlemen, I promised the organizers that we will wrap up on a positive note. Now I'm looking for a nice conclusion to do it. I think that regardless the problems that we are facing, there are still positive functioning things. There are some green initiatives and subsidies that really help. You have mentioned the reduction of production emissions that are produced. We are at a historic minimum of produced emissions. That's great. What else could we improve in the area of steel production in future? What would be the next step? I would say that to wrap up on positive note, as you said, all companies in the steelwork industry are very well aware of the reality of green future, whether they like it or not. The direction is quite clearly set, and now we have to find ways to cope with that. I think the companies are ready to put their full energy and full potential into it. I think we can nicely see it in the Czech metallurgic facilities. When we talk about hydrogen or other green technologies, there is not much happening. There is a huge interest, but we need to have proper conditions to turn these ideas into reality. And from research and development and successful pilot projects, as in Sweden, there is a long journey to competitive green hydrogen being offered on the market. I think those will be huge challenges, and we can't really turn our back on them and say that we are simply not interested in this. So we will definitely keep monitoring the situation. On the other hand, I think it is crucial that we would have a better cooperation in the sector, because up to now we've been speaking about energy be quite a lot, and that's only logical because it's the main emitter of CO2 emissions. But we need to concentrate on the industry as well. So I would appreciate better cooperation on the political level, which is something that plays a key role here, in my opinion. Very well. Petr? Yes, as it was said, steelworks are a rather conservative area of work. It took us 30 years to come to close with emissions. It was very costly, and I think this is another chapter that is opening to us that we will have to deal with. And I think we can see huge resilience of the sector throughout the years. So you've been able to transform, and you've been able to keep this business up and coming and going. So I really think that despite all the negatives, all the pitfalls, you will be able to overcome these obstacles. Can you provide a European perspective on this, please? I would prefer to speak about the regional perspective of Třinec, if possible. I can only confirm what my predecessor said. If you compare the emissions in the past and now, you can see that now we have around 1% of what we were producing back then. And everybody back then said that this will be hard, but we've managed it. And thanks to that, now the life in Třinec is cleaner and better. And I think a similar challenge now is CO2. And when I see all the energy that the people are putting into it, and I can really see that their heart is in it and that they really take ownership of this. I'm really convinced that we will make it work. But I'm again calling onto the government, onto the Ministry of Industry and Trade, because I feel like we need support from them as well. The metallurgic sites didn't choose this way, so let's help them to achieve what we want them to achieve. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Prosím, převezměte tady ještě dárkové tašky.
Here we've prepared some gift bags for
Dámy a
you.
pánové,
And now, ladies and gentlemen, surely but slowly we are coming to an end of this year's installment of Hydrogen Forum here in Ostrava. Last year it was held in Ústí, and I firmly believe that these conferences, these gatherings, really have an impact. And I've been convinced of that once again. I've been hosting the last year's installment as well. I can see that the discussions are moving forward, that the business is ready, but we need help. This story is not over yet. It will continue. And that's why I would now like to pass the hydrogen conference to another city where the conference will be held next time. So I will invite the manager Jakub Unucka to the stage. And of course, we need to invite also those who will now take the baton of the conference further. So let's invite the representative of Karlovy Vary region and also Petra Lorencová from the Standing Regional Conference.
Ano, krásný den i vám, dobrý den.
Hello to you too.
A prosím tedy, jestli mohu poprosit pana fotografa slavnostně.
We would like our photographer to take a picture of this important moment.
Prosím. Tak dámy, Jakube, prosím, pár slov.
Optimistický závěr.
Jakub, please share a few words. Yes, an optimistic conclusion. I'm sure the conference will be very fruitful. We discussed this and we said that we will take advantage of the fact that Mr. Šefčovič is now the head of Green Europe Slovakian MEP should be the rapporteur of this issue. We would like to lobby for everything that has been discussed during these 2 days. And on 23rd of November, during the Hydrogen Days in Brussels, we would like to introduce everything that we discussed at our conference, the potential obstacles and hurdles included. So I believe very much that we will be able to tackle all the important issues by then.
Pokud chcete pár slov, tak prosím.
Thank you very much. We accept the challenge that you forwarded onto us, and we will be very happy to host a similarly successful conference as you this year, and we will be, of course, very happy to see you all in Karlovy Vary next year. Let's hope it will be as successful as this installment. I would also like to thank all the organizers for the preparation of this conference, namely Mr. Mariška. Dear colleagues, I hope that you will host a successful conference. Good luck with all your endeavors, and thank you to Jakub for helping the hydrogen development in this region, and thank you to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, our conference is coming to a conclusion, but the hydrogen is at the very beginning of its journey. Don't hesitate to stay on the stage with me, if you will. I hope that the debate will go on. I would like to thank you for all the energy and effort that you are putting into this field. I'm quite sorry that we didn't have more politicians in this room so that we could discuss all our ideas with them as well. I believe very much that we will have more opportunities to meet them and to discuss everything properly. I would like to thank the Moravian-Silesian region for organizing this conference as well. Thank you to Ostrava city, to the mayor of the city, to the governor of the region, and also to all of you who are building the hydrogen future with us, be it on business or industrial level. Enjoy the rest of your day and see you next time. And last but not least, the lunch will be ready in a few minutes upstairs, so please have some refreshments and, as said, enjoy the rest of your day.